Michelle, can you please read the sunshine law?
This is a regular meeting of the Mayor and Council of the Borough of Keyport, Tuesday, June 15th, 2021. Let the minutes show that adequate notice of this meeting as required by Public Law 1975, Chapter 231 has been provided by the annual notice, which has been posted on the bulletin boards filed with the Borough Clerk and has been sent to the Asbury Park Press, the Independent, the Star Ledger, and the Two River Times.
Great, thank you. Can we just have a roll call?
Mayor Kennedy,
Here.
Council President Good,
Here.
Councilmember Pacheco,
Here.
Councilmember Fotopoulos, Councilmember McDermott,
Here.
Councilmember Davidson,
Here.
Councilmember McNamara.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. If everyone could please join us in saluting the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Everyone can remain standing for a moment of silence in honor of their choosing. Thank you. Next, we have a Juneteenth proclamation, which we won't be reading this evening. We'll be reading it on the Juneteenth event on Saturday in the mini park. The event begins at 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. That was discussed on the dais back on May 18th with the clearance from the council to go ahead and start planning that. So I'm definitely proud of the committee members that were able to help pull this together. And it's going to be a celebration in honor of Juneteenth. So all are invited to attend that, and we'll read the proclamation there. Afterwards, it'll be posted online. Before we open it to the public, there's a couple items I want to make a comment about the agenda. Mr. Delaney has asked for R15921 to be tabled as information came in late today that hasn't been able to be reviewed. In regards to communication consent number 1, the certificate of insurance that was in the packet needed to be updated. It was updated and submitted to the clerk today and is satisfactory. Item number 9, we are still waiting for a certificate of insurance on that one, so we can discuss whether we want to move forward with that when we get to that part of the agenda. The other item is that under unfinished business, we have a 5G ordinance topic and the cannabis ordinance topic. I would like to request when we get to those topics, we open it to the public to have commentary, maximum 3 minutes per person when we get to each of those topics. That way, if anyone's on the call now, we'll have the opportunity to discuss that when we're actually, after the council members have a chance to give updates on that. So the first public portion won't be regarding those 2 topics. Do any council members have any topics they need to have tabled or pulled before we open it to the public?
Communication 9, if they don't have the insurance, can we just table that to next meeting till the insurance is cleared?
Or did she indicate when she might get us the certificate of insurance?
She was supposed to be providing it this week.
We can discuss that when we get to full discussion with the governing body to see if you want to approve it pending the insurance coming in. We'll have to let the whole governing body make a decision on that one. Any other council members?
Mayor, with regard to 15421, the liquor license renewals, there was the email from our construction official that said that if McDonough's and Old Glory have open violations, have those been closed?
Sure. Jay?
I don't believe that they've been closed, but I know that the owner of those establishments have been in touch with the construction official last week and this week as well.
And Mayor, if I may add that in the event the council wishes to see those issues resolved before approving the renewal for the year, this could be held and the license holder would be directed to obtain what's referred to as an ad interim permit from the state, which is a temporary permit that would allow them to operate for up to 30 days. So there would be no catastrophic harm in holding this until the construction violation issues have been resolved definitively.
I'm going to make that request. I don't know if you want to do it, wait until after, or
Sorry, I'm just pulling that one real quick. Hold on 1 second. Not pulling it, just getting to it in my packet, sorry. The reason I wanted to get to it, so would it just be contingent on that one license, Councilman Gunn? You're not saying
yes,
that
everything
all of
else
them?
is no, everything else appears to be in order. It's just the ones with the open violations.
Okay. It's just those two, right? Right. Okay, so you're fine with the rest of them when we
I am.
get to that. Okay. And then I guess I'll defer to Ms. London to confirm, just not for a matter of record, what Mr. Delaney said is an acceptable way to move forward.
Yes, you can remove the two, and then the other two will follow the procedure as described by Mr. Delaney.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Good, is that's good?
That's fine. Yes, that's.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davidson, you had your hand up. There you go. Oh, there you go. Now we can.
Okay, sorry. I just have a couple questions. R145-21, is there any conflict with the current position that Ms. Henn holds? And has that been looked at? And then just want to make sure we're all aware, is that basically 2 full-time jobs that she's going to be holding for the borough? So I guess there's 2 questions there.
I'm sorry. That has been reviewed with Labor Council, and the existing part-time position is being modified to clarify the number of hours to bring it into compliance with the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act. So there is no conflict with the positions, and as I said, the existing part-time position is being modified to bring it into conformity, so we have no issues with labor laws.
Is there any overlap between the NPP position and the clerk position?
There is not. They are separate, distinct positions. The full-time position will be conducted during regular business hours. Any work that is required during business hours will be handled during lunch periods, that sort of thing.
Okay. Council President did that one. In regards to R163-21, the funds, the $9,038, is there guidelines on how that can be spent? Has it already been spent and allocated? Can you explain a little bit more about that one for me?
Certainly. This is simply acknowledging the receipt of, or the anticipated receipt of these funds, and puts it through our budget process. This recognizes the funding It will allow us to spend it in accordance with the requirements. Those requirements have been the subject of a number of directives from the Division of Local Government Services as to the manner in which they will be accounted for in our budget. There has been no specific authorization or plan for spending those funds at this time. That is something that will be reviewed through finance and ultimately with the entire governing body. But this is the first step in that process.
Thank you. I have questions regarding communications. I could ask them at that time.
Yes, or not, either way.
I just have a question regarding my typical, the waivers of fees for the Boy Scouts. Is that something that we typically do, is waive the fees for the Boy Scout organizations? And the same thing with the Art Society. I request that we consider that as well for the second event.
I think that will probably be a group discussion when we get to communications by consent.
Thank you very much.
So, okay. Jay, I actually have a question regarding R16221, appointing the Clean Communities
Yes.
coordinator. It's not in the resolution, but we just have to do that procedure over so that we can receive the grant. Is that why?
Yes, we have two separate resolutions. The one is now that we have received the grant allocation, this is like similar to the CARES funding, that we can now include that in our budget as what's referred to as a Chapter 159 budget amendment. And again, this allows us to both run it through our budget process and appropriate the funds in accordance with the grant program. And then separately, we do have the resolution designating the Public Works Director as the Clean Communities Coordinator. Item number R150-21.
So previously, the Clean Communities Coordinator was receiving a stipend that we had increased twice over a few years he was doing it. But he definitely put a lot of time into operating that program. So I just want to know if, because that is already in the salary ordinance, does that, are we anticipating that that's going to carry over to?
The resolution 150 that appoints the Clean Communities Coordinator does provide for a $2,000 stipend compensation, which is reduced from the previous amount, but it is within the salary range within the ordinance.
And is that required to have a stipend attached to that?
There is not a requirement that that there be a stipend or what that amount is.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions. Councilman McNamara?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. A couple of mine have already been answered, but I do have some more. So 14921, the reappointment of the part-time tax assessor. Just two quick things. One, in general, do we have like an idea of how many hours a week or month that position requires? And I'm assuming they report into Mr. Fallon. I don't know. And I guess it says the mayor and borough council have reviewed the qualifications. I have no idea who, unfortunately, who this person is. So I'm assuming that was the finance committee that reviewed this.
This is a reappointment of the individual that serves as the tax assessor. The assessor's position is a statutory position in that it is mandated by statute that the municipality have a tax assessor. The tax assessor works under the, while the assessor is a borough employee and does provide us with stated office hours, all of the requirements for eligibility to appointment to the position, as well as the duties and responsibilities, are outlined by statute and under the jurisdiction of the county tax administrator. To answer your question, the assessor does maintain weekly office hours here in the municipal building. Currently, those are Monday afternoons. There is a substantial amount of field work and off-premises work required to maintain the tax assessment records. But we do mandate that the assessor provide office hours that be available to the public resident taxpayers here.
Okay,
And
so
to answer your question a little further, I'm sorry, I did meet with him, and I did review the item with Council President Good, since he is not only the council president, but the longest serving council member on the dais. And he is familiar with the background of the requirements and the field of work that Mike and services that Mike Del Rey provide. And if Councilman Good wants to speak.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Mayor. Yes, Kathleen, Mike is, he's been our assessor for the last 4 years. This is just the mayor's reappointment of him. He does, nobody likes the tax assessor, period, because he's the one that sets the values of the houses. And but in terms of the qualifications, he's qualified. I can say that at least from a standpoint of other municipalities, trying to get a tax assessor is actually relatively difficult. It takes a lot of schooling, testing, and what I remember, I believe I was on the committee when we were looking for Mike after our tax assessor at the time retired. And there weren't a lot of people out there, but we lucked out with Mike. He's available by phone. He does show up to office hours, as well as, keeps track of all of the tax appeals that go on. And I can say that there aren't that many tax appeals, comparatively speaking. So I fully support the mayor's choice in reappointing him.
okay, I was just, the wording of it, I didn't know who was involved in the process. So just for clarification, it was pretty much you and the mayor, and I know your finance committee as well and all of that. So I just didn't know if I had missed something along the way. Then 15421, I know Council President Good, you brought up some of the things that I had concerns there as well in terms of the outstanding violations. I actually also have some other concerns about specifically the McDonough's license, and I don't know where this falls, but I know back at the March 2nd meeting, there had been conversation that they were supposed to submit a complete floor plan, et cetera, for the second floor. So I've never seen that. So I think that there's still some stuff outstanding there. I know that part of those specs, I think, were required for their new state approval. So I'm just wondering if we have any update on that. I haven't seen anything since that was brought up, a number of months ago now.
Anything, Michelle?
Well, I haven't received any updated plans. They wouldn't be submitted to me, but I can find out tomorrow. I'll check with the construction office and the health department.
Yeah, I would appreciate that because I made a lot of notes back on March 2nd about a specified plan review will be required for any alterations to the second floor, which would render any portion of the second floor a preparation area for food or drinks and a lot of other things. So I know that we were waiting for, at a minimum, a floor plan. Another thing that I guess I had some questions on had to do, Ms. London, maybe you can help me with this. I'm not familiar with what a pocket license is, and I see that mentioned in a couple of the documents, and I tried to do a little homework. If you can just clarify that for me.
It's a entity that doesn't have an existing facility. So it's like you keep it in your pocket and you have it until you do have a site to apply it to.
Okay,
The pocket licenses, you hold it until you have a facility.
okay, because I thought I had read something that you're allowed to do 2 annual renewals of a pocket license. And I don't know then what happens after those 2, but I kind of thought like the Bayside Bar and Grill was one that's been around since Sandy. So I'm just curious, like how the pocket license procedure works. Are we just saying they exist and we're not renewing them, or, you know?
I believe they are being renewed. You could correct me if I'm wrong, Michelle.
They're not being renewed at this time. They need 1239 relief because they are pocket licenses. So they need a special recommendation from the ABC. They have to send in a separate request. And they have until the end of July to do that. So they have not, those pocket licenses have not had that special ruling. I haven't received it yet for those licenses. So but there is still time for those to be renewed.
So I guess the one thing I saw, and if we can get some clarification since we have the time and they're not being renewed right now, if we can find out the piece that I came across that said they can only be renewed twice annually. I don't know how many times they've already been renewed. So I'm just curious.
Yes, I get that information.
Mhm.
The asterisk to that is unless they're given an exception for the application to the ABC, and then I think that's what Michelle was talking about. So kind of like can we slip by again?
Yes, if I may, they need to explain why they have not been able to cite the license yet. So, and then they'll make the determination whether or not to renew that license. The ABC will do that.
Okay, so we can request that from the ABC?
Oh, we'll get that. It'll come back to us for then their license renewal, which we can also determine to say, you know what, you've sat on this for too long, despite what the ABC says.
Okay, well, I'll follow up with you guys on this because we have now, you say till July for them to do that. And I have quite, outstanding questions. Thanks. The other thing, let's see, sorry. Oh, that I'll get to later. Consent. Okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pacheco?
I just want to make sure I have my notes right. For lack of a better term, the temporary license is 30 days.
Yes, that's correct. It's 30 days.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to open to the public for items that we have not pulled or tabled or are going to open up for later?
Oh,
Motion.
if I could add one thing.
Oops, sorry.
Okay. Now, I noticed on R 158-21, the 1, 2, 3, the fourth whereas clause, where it refers to a fee of $500, we should just add per month. It gives the impression it's only $500 that's going to be paid for the shared service agreement, but when you read the agreement, it's actually $500 per month that they're going to pay.
Which resolution?
158-21.
Are you good with that? We'll make that change. Michelle, you good? Okay. Okay. Can we have a motion to open to the public? For
Motion.
items that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We'll go by show of hands first for anyone on the video. Have any items or questions on the agenda items that aren't being pulled? Mr. Graham?
Hi, Elmer J. Graham Jr., 22 St. Peter's Place. Let me look at, we're on the consent agenda, right?
We're on the whole agenda.
Okay, let's see. Can you all explain Resolution 15621?
Yes, that's the resolution to award the contract for the lawn cutting services.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's fair enough. Let's see. Can you explain Resolution 15221?
I'm going to defer that one to Jay.
Yes, this resolution authorizes the discharge of a developer's agreement when a developer, other than a single family or two family residence, usually this applies to multifamily residents or commercial establishments, as part of their approval through the site plan and planning board process. At the conclusion of their approval by the planning board, they typically enter into a developer's agreement with the borough. That developer's agreement outlines and provides specifics as to the timing, cost, and inspection fees that'll be paid by the developer for those improvements that are public improvements, typically in the form of driveways, sidewalks, curbs. They also, the developer's agreement also covers any site improvements that are outside the scope of the Uniform Construction Code, and again, provides a mechanism, timing, and inspection fees for those portions of the development of the property. This is discharging that agreement. It's the final step once the project, after it's been approved, after it's been built, and all of the dust is settled on the final construction. The discharge allows the developer's agreement and its discharge to be recorded so that there are no longer any outstanding liens on the property or any encumbrances that a future purchaser might want to know about.
Okay, fair enough. A couple of other items here. Can you all explain Resolution 15821?
Yes, that's a shared service agreement that's been longstanding with the Borough of Union Beach, where our registrar provides the Registrar of Vital Statistics services for the residents of Union Beach.
Okay, and hopefully it'll be beneficial to the taxpayers at Keyport too. Okay, one more thing, Resolution 15921. Can you all explain that?
That's being pulled this evening.
Say again?
That's being pulled and tabled to the next meeting.
Okay, if I can ask, Madam Mayor, why is that?
As mentioned earlier in the meeting, there's information that came in later this afternoon that hasn't been reviewed yet.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anyone else by show of hands? Next, we'll go to the phone lines.
John Merla, 34 Broad Street.
Hi, Mr. Miller.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Just a couple questions regarding resolutions. 14821, payment of bills. There's an expenditure for 1488.98 coming out of the Brit account. What is that expense for?
Okay.
Their page reference or a vendor?
No, there isn't a vendor on there. That's why I'm asking. It's coming out of the Bayfront Recreational Trust Fund, 1488.98.
Okay, you're referring to the summary page?
Excuse me?
you're referring to the summary page that outlines the funds from which the payments are coming.
Yes,
Bear with me, and we'll go through that. Yes, some of those, well, I'll answer it in its entirety, but the first charge against the Recreation Bayfront Improvement Trust is for supplies for clear plastic bags related to the trash collection along the waterfront. That's in the amount of $13.89, and I'm referring to page 9 of the bill list. The vendor is listed as Victoria Bay. And the second or the remaining part of that payment is on page 6. The vendor is Integrated Technical Systems. That's a monthly charge. It's listed as contract-based. That's related to the boat ramp kiosk.
thank you, Mr. Delaney.
You're welcome.
Resolution 15521 is a 2-year lease with Public Works and Swift Properties. This 2-year lease is for $170,000 for the Public Works facility. Can anybody tell me, are we looking for a permanent home at this time? And are we exploring other options?
We're always exploring other options. Another building had been proposed and engineered over in Rollo Place. But then when they decided to start to move forward with that, after reviewing it with the personnel, they didn't feel that it was going to be sufficient enough. So instead of breaking ground, they tabled that. And we're hoping there can be communication with the Swift property if they're still going to sell the building, in order to make sure we have something in place. And if those conversations don't move forward, and if we don't have funding to buy the whole property, we have to have a lease so that we have a place. But I know there's also been definitely multiple times I've expressed that I wish we could have an entire municipal complex, so that everything was under one area. So I think those conversations are usually ongoing.
So Mayor, then what you're saying is what I'm going to agree with. In other words, the borough is open to other options, but at this time, we're gonna basically sign a 2-year lease because those options right now basically don't exist. Until they do, then we can make a permanent decision.
That's my understanding, Mr. Delaney, is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay. My last resolution is 15621. That's the contractual agreement between the Borough of Keyport and Scenic View for landscape services.
Mhm.
Now, this is a little peculiar. I mean, we are approving a contract tonight that we've already allowed to be started. They submitted a proposal on May 24th. They were working in the borough the first week of June, and now we're approving it tonight. So I think we put the cart before the horse on this one, but I know it was kind of needed, which I understand that, but I don't understand the borough approving a contract after the work and contractor has already started. And the one thing I'd have to ask is the contract that went out is really not the contract that was approved, because the resolution doesn't include a pesticides license and pesticide spraying. Is the borough still going to maintain that service? Or are we going to get someone to take care of that throughout the 6 month from June to November? And
I
sure, okay.
thought you were done, sorry.
And just there was one more part. The two other companies that submitted proposals, were they notified that they weren't successful bidders?
Regarding the pesticides, I know I've had conversations with Mr. Delaney about that because the conditions down at the rock areas down at the waterfront are completely unacceptable. So I know Mr. Delaney was going to be looking into that. In regards to being on the agenda this evening, it was built into the budget, and proper purchasing guidelines were followed. Jay had full authority, is my understanding, to issue that contract. But for full transparency, I had requested it to be listed on the agenda. Do you want to piggyback on the rest, Mr. Delaney?
Yes, just to clarify, this was not a formal bid. These were requests for proposals. The anticipated cost of this service was below the bid threshold of $44,000. So the award, or I should say the contract was authorized, the vendor was authorized to proceed with the work, as the mayor indicated. In terms of full transparency, it had been the borough's practice in the past to have the governing body review and approve this, but it is really more for transparency purposes. This was awarded on the basis of a purchase order initially, and as you've indicated, it did not, this particular vendor, while we requested proposals that included a number of services, including pesticide application, this vendor chose not to include that, and we are pursuing alternative pesticide applications, as well as fertilizer applications.
So just so I'm clear, Mr. Delaney, the resolution also indicates that a portion of this award will be paid out of the Bayfront Recreational Trust Fund. Have we ever done that before for landscape services?
It is my understanding that that has been done before.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else on the phone lines?
Michael Lane, 51 First Street, Cape Port.
Hi, Mr. Lane.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. On the topic of the tax assessor, Michael Del Rey, I think we have an outstanding tax assessor, and I base that on a couple cases. One, Bob and Linda Corbett had a senior tax freeze that was incorrect. They were undercounted, and Mike and I and the Corbett's worked together and cleared it up, and an outstanding job for them. Also, I'm aware of a business owner that had an issue and went to work with Mike and got his issue cleaned up very comfortably. I also had an issue where the specifications on my lot size and my deck size were incorrect, and Mike helped to clear that up very effectively. So I'm very impressed with the man.
Thank you.
R155-21 that Mr. Merla just talked about. I'm very surprised we spent a lot of money on a designer to design a building. How could we design a building that didn't meet the public works needs? And where has that been summarized, and what the deficiencies were, and how much money we spent?
Dates back to a previous administrator.
Well, I think this council, who's spending money at the rate of $85,000 a year, should dig into it and find out why we can't clean up the issue. We have property, and we were supposed to have a design. Communications number 3. It's for a July 3rd Monroe Street closing between Broad and Atlantic for a street party for 70 guests. I think there's issues with notice to the residents adjoining the site and approval from all residents. And I ask you to make that a requirement, that all residents agree to the closing of the street. And also, how is the Keyport Police Department going to be responsible for the closing of the street and opening of the street so people can get their cars in and out of their driveways? And this is right across the street from the high school. Has the Keyport Board of Education been involved in this and aware of it and approved of it? And so I ask you to consider these facts when you look at communications number 3. And, you know, a party for 70 people from where? From, you know, where are all these people going to park on July 3rd? Relative to committee reports, Councilman Good, redevelopment liaison. Does the Aero Marine lawsuit mitigate the significant erosion and leaching issues with toxic material leaching out of the site? And so, and we have bulkhead requirements, and we have the Monmouth County multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, which all point to deficiencies in bulkheading and in securing the site from toxic leaching. And is that, I'm just asking, is that part of the lawsuit? Councilman Pacheco, complete streets. Based on the 2nd and Church Street parking lot paving project, do you have any insights on how realistic the complete streets design guides are relative to a 6-foot wide sidewalk plus a setback from the curb? I've gone up and down Church Street a couple times, and there's multiple houses that would literally have their front door, storm doors, opening into the sidewalk. There's no there's no room for a 6-foot wide sidewalk and a setback from the curb to the sidewalk. And so has that concept of 6-foot wide sidewalks been tested? Example, in the 2nd and Church Street area, and also in the area where the property owners petitioned for new sidewalks. When I go down Church Street, it doesn't fit very well. Same thing on First Street. Councilman Fotopoulos, the Keyport Environmental Commission liaison.
He's not
Regarding
here this
back,
evening, Mr. Lane.
pardon?
He's not with us this evening.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope he's well.
I believe he is.
Pardon?
I believe he is. He just wasn't able to attend this evening.
Okay. Councilwoman McDermott, NPP and the police. Can you give some feedback on the May flooding at the bend on American Legion Drive, where the water was more than 1.5 feet deep, resulting in a water rescue and damage to the fence adjoining the post office lot? And why the NPP gates or the police security didn't solve that problem? Councilwoman Davidson, zoning liaison. Your insights on what needs to be changed going forward so that development fully meet the conditions defined in Keyport Unified Planning Board resolutions prior to COs being issued. And then we have developers coming in to ask for the conditions to be removed after the COs are issued. We've had 2 very recent examples of that, first in Waverly and 55 West Front. Councilwoman McNamara, liaison to the Green Team, your insights on what is impeding the reconstitution of the Brownsfield Development Area Committee, especially in light of the contamination remediation that's going to be done at Mariners Village, the gas station on Broad Street, and the abandoned factory on 2nd Street. Jay Delaney, Borough Administrator. Timeline for the county to install the 25-mile-per-hour speed limits on Broad. At the last, a month ago, you indicated we have a date from the county in 30 days. 30 days is here. Also, action and plans for dealing with the Division Street and East Front Street flooding as a result of restrictions in the outfall pipe at Beach Park. This last storm, really emphasized we haven't solved that problem. That's all I had at this point. Mayor, thanks for opening up the to the public after the old business session.
No problem. I just want to clarify something earlier when you were bringing up the DPW, and I indicated that it was under the previous administrator. So under the previous administrator, and the role of an administrator would be to review the plans that were presented, that were designed, and to meet with the department heads. And if the plans that were presented weren't sufficient, why would they go break ground and build it? So I don't know that money was wasted if we didn't build the building that didn't fit the needs that we needed. So I just want to
Mayor, having been an engineer, my role is to sit with the customer and as design is developed to make sure it's in alignment with the customer needs.
And at the end of the day, there was a change in personnel in DPW and they didn't feel that it was going to be sufficient.
Again, I think the council needs to understand what the issues were and why they can't be fixed. Thank you.
Anyone else on the phone lines? Going once, going twice. Okay, please have a motion to close to the public.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we'll go on to committee reports. Council President Good.
Thank you, Mayor. We have I know we're going to have another meeting beforehand, but just wanted to say that the Fireman's Fair is coming up July, I believe it is July 11th, the 15th, and actually 12th through 16th, I think it is. So everybody come on out. With regard to the fire department, for the calls for service, we had 33 calls, 179 man hours for the month. Year to date brings it 162 calls with 1,264 man hours. And some of the calls that the fire department responded to for the month were building fires, a couple of cooking fires, a rubbish fire, 3 medical assists, 2 water-related rescues, carbon monoxide incident, and a power line down. All of these, again, are tribute to our volunteers who put their lives on the line for us, and I commend them and thank them as usual. We don't really have anything from the redevelopment portion. I know Mr. Lane asked about the litigation that is presently occurring. Without commenting on it, I am going to forward him the filed complaint, and he can review it at his leisure to see what claims are being made in there. But in terms of litigation strategy, that's not something that we would discuss right now. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Pacheco. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I'm going to start with the police. So these are the numbers for the month of May, but they were actually updated on June 8th. So for that span of time, they had 1,000 calls for service. There's 52 case files in the Detective Bureau. Just some updates about the police department. A call for service where a subject held a knife towards the officers was de-escalated from a potential use of deadly force situation. The officers were able to use their training to decrease the intensity of the situation by talking to the subject and close the gap between them, and they were able to disarm the subject. So that's just one example of how well trained our officers are, and I think that's a testament to Chief Torres and her crew. Several officers ran the torch run. Officer Shuchuk, Officer Almack, and Officer Kempo, who ran in his uniform while carrying the flags. That's amazing. Little update on the body-worn cameras. The police department has begun training to utilize the body-worn cameras. They've also been preparing with IT to set up, evidence storage systems for the videos. They're in contact with Motorola their production has been backed up. Currently, they're awaiting the shipment while they prepare. So for the Municipal Alliance, just some quick updates. Lead graduation was held earlier this month. And I don't know if I should be naming their names. I think that they might be getting surprise at graduation, but we've also given out 4, though I did notice that they were in the bills, the payment of bills, 4 Alliance VFW awards to graduates. So congratulations to them. Just quickly about Complete Streets. Mr. Lane, you bring up a good point about the issues with the sidewalks over there. And I always thought of the design guide as kind of a living, breathing document. So I'll certainly bring that feedback back to the group. And we can make, any updates that the group deems necessary. And I will certainly keep you posted on that process. Harbor Commission, I cut more Complete Streets. The group did meet last week to kind of review the design guide and to discuss the end stages with the professionals. We do have them for a little bit longer, so I'll certainly bring that feedback back to them. We also discussed the future of the keyportstreets.com website. That's the website that kind of details what the program is. We also discussed the feedback from the survey results from the demonstration project, and also had a discussion about some more ways for community input. The Harbor Commission met yesterday. We discussed the usage of the qualified purchasing agent for needed purchases. That includes the idea of purchasing some no-wake buoys by the boat launch, mainly right now to be used as a deterrent as we have conversations with creating a no-wake zone there. We reviewed the Brit account and we submitted some questions to the CFO that we had, so I'll be awaiting answers on that. We're still in the process of reviewing the ordinance and the bylaws, but we are certainly still
This meeting is being recorded.
Oh, we're being recorded. Where was I? The Harbor Commission still wants to officially express their concern regarding the debris at Air Marine. So I just wanted to put that on the record. There's a discussion moving forward, and it's actually on the consent agenda today about the boat ramp and how CME will be working with the soil testing and everything else we need for the permitting process. The pump boat should be in service next weekend. We wanted to continue discussions regarding the improvements to the kayak lockers. There was a thought that perhaps just looping in somebody from DPW to see what their thoughts were on how they could be improved might be, a good communication there. The Harbor Commission also had discussion about the new ADA mats that were installed. It's great and we're happy they're there. We just wanted to recommend that they be removed for the harsher weather starting on November 1st and then to be replaced for the warmer weather starting on April 15th. And that's obviously weather dependent because we all know that there could be a foot of snow on the ground in April still. There was also discussion about the maintenance of the railings of the waterfront. It looks like the lower half needs a new paint job. And we also requested that when that does happen this time, that tarps be put down so there's no issues with paint getting where it isn't supposed to be. The Snapper contest is going to be held in September instead of August. We will be also revisiting that at our next meeting as there were concerns about large gatherings of children that were unvaccinated. We also discussed, it was noted that there were some storms brewing in the pipeline. So we just had a discussion about reaching out to ensure that everything is prepped and ready to go in the event of a large storm. And the last thing is we also had a discussion, there's a noticeable lack of trash cans down West Front. So we've discussed that as well. And that, I think, is all I have. So thank you. Kathleen, if I missed something, let me know.
Oh, you were saying something about the trash cans on West Front Street? I'm not sure. what
Yeah,
the-
we just had noticed that there were less of them.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman McDermott?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to thank the mayor, the American Legion, and the borough for coordinating the Memorial Day honor celebration. I attended. I think we did have some council members attend as well. So thank you to everyone who attended. I think that was just a beautiful event on Memorial Day. So now I'm going to talk about NPP. NPP, we're going to have a ribbon cutting for the library. As everyone knows, we spent up to $50,000 as part of the NPP year one budget on that. That will occur on July 31st at 11:45 a.m. Everyone's welcome. And again, practice social distance as best possible, things like that. The other pieces of NPP will include year one. We are still in the middle of finishing out year one, and that will occur officially on June 30th of 2021. And we expect to still receive for year two and after $125,000 per year. And with that, we expect to close out year one by the 21st, where we anticipate the remaining of the $16,901.24 to be paid out to the borough. The month of July, when we go into year two, we mostly we'll be uploading and building on year two plans, including what we call Sage. Sage is a system that's used to ensure updates to the DCA, and then wait for state approvals on those. Again, we can make any necessary revisions to year two as needed, but typically want to get this done before year one starts. So we kind of making sure that we're wrapping these up and staying within the budget line items as well. The library doors have been installed and functional. There's also some plaster and painting that need to be done, and it should be done by the end of today. So by the time the ribbon cutting occurs, we definitely will have fresh 2 new doors at the library, which are very pretty. So you can go ahead and visit that. The mural that will be placed on the Apollo building should be installed the week of June 21st. The DCA is determining if they want a full visual report in addition to a walkthrough, which is intentionally planned for mid-July. And when that becomes, I should expect an update next month for next month's report on that occurs, or if it's just going to be a report, basically a PowerPoint that we upload with all the images and projects that we worked on. And a lot of this would be similar to what we have on the currently NPP Facebook page. And if you're not following, please follow it. We have done our best to make sure that we are socially engaging with the community at both at the Facebook page and also on the borough page. And just note that regarding the flooding that occurred that Ms. Elaine addressed, the gates, actually one of the gates is still not working, and that's actually being addressed by the borough. That's not an NPP project any longer now that project has been installed. And I'll let Jay kind of follow up with that when I finish my report. But I do know that we've had some issues with just signage, because as everyone knows, we've had some issues with inventory because of COVID-19. We had some signs that were ordered to us that were actually incorrect. So we're going back and forth a little bit with that vendor. But the one gate is not working, the gate that goes from American Legion. So again, we can't put those gates down if only one is working. Regarding an incident occurred that actually was a driver who tried to maneuver their vehicle while the car was getting flooded. And when that happened, they actually maneuvered it into the fence of American Legion. It was not a save and rescue. Basically, the person got injured and first aid did help with that. And I did confirm that with Chief Torres. So, again, we don't want individuals driving through any high waters. If you see high water, do not go into it. Literally reverse, get out before anything happens, whether we have a gate there or not. It's just public safety. It's across state. We have multiple areas across New Jersey that have this issue. So we just want to make sure we have caution of that, but I want to make sure we update that on that. KBBC, the farmers market has kicked off this past Thursday, and it will be there every week. I do want to address some concerns. We actually, because of COVID-19 and the inability to kick this off sooner and confirm with vendors, We were only able to get one vendor this year, but we are looking to expand that if and when possible. And we do want to get vendors that are focused on farmers market items, that's similar to when you go to another farmers market in other towns. Again, COVID-19, we didn't know if we were going to be able to do this because of COVID. And by the time that everything got approved and settled, we had vendors already agreed to other locations. So, please support the vendor we do have there, vendors that we have there. And they're there from 2 to 7. I think usually I set up around 12, but 12 to 7 on Thursdays. Of July 26th through August 30th, every Monday for 6 consecutive weeks, we are looking to have dancing on the bay. We're going to have a registration for up to 20 couples, to do salsa. It's going to be very interactive. Hopefully have a band there, make it a fun evening. And again, we will do some locking of areas where we're not going to have public engaging to minimize social engagement and practice social distancing. But it should be a fun event on Monday evening, starting after the Fireman's Fair. As requested, we didn't have it during the Fireman's Fair. So we'll have it kicking off after that. And the flags, KBBC did go through and replace the flags that were missing or fixed. Again, the flags become an ongoing maintenance issue, so we'll address that. But for this year, we'll keep the flags up. So hopefully everyone saw that we actually had some additions to different other areas. Interviewing for administrator continues, so they can apply through the website. We are still working on visual improvement projects, and those are in progress, as well as we're working on a marketing campaign for the town with some new and kind of interactive tools that we've seen or items that we've seen in other towns. So as those become official, we'll disclose those. Library construction. The grant is expected to be submitted at the end of this month, and I think Mr. Delaney might be able to add something on that. But the grant writers that we use, Millennium, are working on submission of that, and that will just everyone's focus. The focus is on getting our library to be ADA compliant, which includes maybe potentially getting elevators, ramps, and things like that. So that's where the focus would be in this year's in the library construction initiative. It will require a borough match if and when approved. And again, we don't know when that's going to happen. It really is dependent on the state. As we know, the state has not approved the budget yet for NPP either. So we're still kind of on limbo waiting for this stuff to be put through. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davidson.
Thank you, Mayor. So for the construction department, we have the total UCC inspections, including all subcodes, is 60. Code enforcement inspections were 72. Rental inspections, we had 57. House sales were 10. Property maintenance inspections, 56. Property maintenance complaints, 19. Landlord registrations, 206. Vacant property registrations, 0. And zoning applications were 29. In regards to DPW, we, in the past few months, we've hired 2 full-time employees and we've hired 2 seasonal employees, and they seem to be working out well so far, and looking forward to continuing the hiring and interviewing process. We are receiving a good number of applicants, and I know that Mr. Delaney has been very busy interviewing and getting to know the possible candidates. What else I got? That's it. There's not much else. Mr. Lane, as soon as I have an opportunity to sit down and discuss the zoning issues, discrepancies with the engineers and others, I will provide an update in future meetings for you regarding that. That is something that has been on my list as well. So thank you. And I will also be planning on maybe in the 3rd quarter trying to review code enforcement and property maintenance operations going forward. Thank you. That's all I have for tonight.
Thank you. Councilman McNamara.
Thank you. I'm going to start with recreation. The waterfront movies and dates are all set. There's 5 Wednesdays beginning June 30th. We'll have a schedule posted in the next few days with the movie titles and the exact dates. The movies always begin at dusk. So those events and a few others will be updated. There's also going to be 2 10 a.m. Saturday morning mini park offerings. One is a puppet show, the other is a magician. For those who are not aware, the yoga and Tai Chi started up at the beginning of June, so those go through the summer. You can still register for those. The details are online, keyportonline.com. 5K registration is underway. That event is September 25th. Patriotic Chalk Contest is currently underway. Residents can post their photos of their artwork through July 10th, either on the Keyport Recreation Committee Facebook page or email them to recreation@keyportonline.com. New tennis nets are up at Cedar Street, and as mentioned in the Harbor Commission report, the ADA mat for beach access at Benjamin Terry Park is in place. It's to the left of the promenade when you go down there. Recreation also touched on the kayak lockers. In addition to things like repair or replace the doors, there has been multiple requests from different organizations and groups in the community requesting additional kayak lockers. I don't think we had any that were reoffered back to the community this year. So there are 18 and there is demand for a lot more. Recreation is also looking into the possibility of offering a couple of 2-day sports programs. I believe that they're working with the school district to see if they can come up with some things there. The Senior Center, I wanted to just share an update on the use of the Keyport Senior Center by interfaith neighbors. In 2015, a resolution was passed authorizing a 3-year license to interfaith to use the premise for a senior meal program. And there has actually been no official agreement in place since December of 2017. However, they did continue to use the premise. Interfaith did stop using the facility due to issues with the roof and some flooding at the building before the pandemic started, so more than 16 months ago. They relocated to another facility in the Bay Shore in Keensburg. Keyport residents that receive meals from the group have been unaffected. They continue to get their meals. The Senior Center has reached out and checked with the county to confirm that there are no problems or effect on any grants that or other assistance we get from the county with not having the program at the center, and seems everything is fine there. The center is planning to take part of the kitchen since it's been vacated now for a while, and make a mini computer lab using some CARES Act grant money. And they're looking to have Interfaith remove any of their remaining equipment unless the governing body has any questions or issues about that. So if anybody has anything, then hopefully they can bring that up to us. The Senior Center did receive their chairs and umbrellas, so they're looking forward to seniors being able to sit on the back deck in the near future. The Farmers Market Food Voucher Program has sent out approximately 50 vouchers as of last Friday, which is in line with what we usually get in Keyport. New Jersey Transit came to do an annual inspection on the Skipper bus, and it did pass. I don't know timing in terms of looking to get that back actually out on the road. And the director is working on the renewal of their 3-year grant, which is due towards the end of July, and also working on reopening plans for the center. The creative team had their first official meeting on May 27th. 2 representatives from the county who are working to support the effort through a geomapping project were in attendance as well. The next meeting is scheduled for next week, where we'll outline the next steps needed to establish the creative asset inventory for the borough. Green Team, first round of submissions are in, and the individual groups will spend the next few months working on compiling the necessary documentation for the various action items. Mr. Lane, in terms of the Brownsfield development, I will put it on my to-do list for the next week or so to reach out to the Environmental Commission and see if we can work together with them and address that. I know that they have already been doing some of the work with Mariners Village. So I don't want to duplicate effort there, but I will see what we can do to get that BDA group back up and running. Let's see, just an update. The Historical Society, for those who don't know, they opened their doors on June 6th, and they also have a new outdoor exhibit area. So if you get a chance to walk by and check that out. Other than that, for the meantime, access to the interior of the museum will be on an appointment-only basis. So if you want to get in and see some of the projects that were done while we were shut down, please stop by. They would appreciate, but do give a call first and make an appointment. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Right, thank you. If we could just circle back to Councilwoman McDermott's report and then Chief Torres, since you're still on, would you be able to just comment about the flood, I just made a word that doesn't exist, the flooded road. It was my understanding that the vehicle had gone around the cones that were put out. Is that correct? So the bar may not have been working, but there were cones. Is that correct?
Yes, there were cones put out. The vehicle drove around, and Councilwoman McDermott is correct in that she did attempt to try to turn around and struck a fence.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to put it out there that we weren't ignoring that the road was flooded. I believe Councilwoman Davidson wanted to say something.
Thank you, Mayor. Part of my report that I forgot, I just wanted to let everybody know that the Division Street flooding was mentioned by Mr. Lane. It's also been on our radar. It's an ongoing conversation with the borough engineers, Mr. Delaney, and Councilman Fotopoulos and I have been meeting just about weekly to go over different issues in the borough. And that is definitely one of them. And it's a priority. We're trying to figure out if and when, how it could be rectified, but it's an ongoing discussion, which will be brought up to council when we come up with additional solutions or options for that area. So I just wanted to make everybody aware of that it is on our radar, and we're diligently working on that in other areas of the borough. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go on to mayor's updates. As mentioned earlier, we participated in the Juneteenth planning meetings. And I'm impressed with the committee and how they were able to pull it together in a short time frame. Participated in the New Jersey League of Municipalities Coalition meeting. Attended the first Bayshore Mayors Association meeting since January of 2020. Mr. Lane, I will let you know that we did discuss with the fellow mayors the topic of the wind project out in the Bay. There is another municipality that is having somebody appointed to be on the consulting review as well. Participated in the Complete Streets meeting. Participated in the KBBC monthly meeting. There's growing concerns over the status of KBBC. We continually have resignations on the board. We received a resignation from the resident appointment in about an hour before the last meeting. We already have 3 business vacancies. There were going to be members of the business community that attended the last meeting that did not. We had held off on appointing some of the vacancies earlier in the year because they wanted to redo their bylaws. But the ironic part is that we're told that the borough is too involved with the process of KBBC. Yet it's a councilwoman that has risen to be their secretary this year because business owners weren't available. Prior to that, it was a borough employee that was appointed as the secretary. And prior to that was a resident spot. So we see a continuous pattern of the business owners not really having the time to put forward to meet the demands of the bylaws. So I believe that we should potentially put this on the new business, Michelle, for the next meeting for the status of KBBC, so the governing body can discuss what they would like to do moving forward. So we can't keep having a revolving door. I've been running their social media page for them every morning for the last several months. I had to handle all this stuff for the yard sale, including collecting addresses, creating a Google form, creating a Google pin map, and continually reaching out to businesses to try and hold ribbon cuttings. But on the feedback from the business community, even though they don't want to hold board spots, they don't want the members of the borough doing those things. So if we're not there to help hold it together, there really isn't much else going on. I commend Shauna Ballou for stepping in and willing to be president, and was not handed anything off, and has had to try to save what is left of KBBC, but without much support from other business owners. So I believe that we have to have a review. So if everyone on the governing body could please review the bylaws and the ordinance before the next council meeting so it can be discussed. I'd like to thank Councilman Good for filling in as a designee for the Library Board of Trustees meetings as well. After sitting on that and not being heard, I understand that they are now listening to you, so that's great. But I would like to ask if there's any updates, Mr. Good, on the director's search, since she also resigned.
My understanding is that civil service has been contacted to post for library director position. As of now, the former director is temporary. I believe that a provisional director has been offered the position. I'm looking at Mr. Carouge, and if he starts shaking his head, I'll know that I'm not recalling this correctly. But the temporary provisional director starts the 28th of June, and I think that, and then we're just waiting to see whether or not the civil service is going to require a test for it, and then see who the applicants are. So I think that's where we are with that. Okay, Mr. Carew is nodding his head, so I think I got it.
And do we have we moved forward with an agreement for property use so that we can stop spinning in circles on who's supposed to take care of what, including the flag that was broken from Memorial Day and left our police department scrambling to fix that, so that it was rectified by Memorial Day, you know, and all the ongoing outdoor issues as well, and who maintains outdoor and who maintains indoor.
Offhand, I don't believe that there has, I understand that there has been discussion amongst the board members, I believe, though I wasn't privy to that. If there was, I would believe that I would be conflicted out being on the council, so I would recuse myself from that kind of, but I believe that there is discussion about coming up with a memorandum. So I think the library board is on board with.
Yeah, that's been going in circles for several years as well. So I'm going to request, Mr. Good, if you could present to them the one that was presented to them several years ago and they refused to sign, because we have to have something moving forward so that there's clear boundaries. So if you could present what was presented a couple of years ago to them again, or to the governing body to review for the next meeting.
I will forward that. I believe that Mr. Delaney did forward that to us, so I didn't have to search back to my emails.
Okay.
So
You
I will
or Jay
forward
can
that.
circulate that to the full governing body. And Michelle, if you can have that on the agenda for the next meeting, please, for new business.
I'm sorry, Mayor, did you say you wanted me to send that over to the library board or circulate it amongst our council?
Could since we have newer council members, since that was reviewed last time, if you can circulate that to the governing body members, and then we'll put it on for new business. Then if any library board members want to participate in the next meeting when it's on for new business, they can attend that meeting, and then after that, we can present it to them.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, we have consent agenda. As mentioned earlier, we'll be tabling 15921 to the next meeting. Councilman Good. Do you remember the exact wording that Jay used for you to be able to make a motion to reflect the commentary for 154-21?
Let's see. I believe it was, well, can't we just delete the reference in, I'll defer to Ms. London, delete the reference to the McDonough's and the Old Glory. I don't know whether or not we have to do anything more than delete it here.
That should be sufficient to just remove them from the list of approvals.
So I guess the motion would be to, I'll make the motion. I'll motion to approve the consent agenda, but with regard to resolution 15421, delete McDonough's, that's the Keyport Liquor License LLC trading as McDonough's Pub, and the here it is, Keyport Waterfront Liquor LLC trading as Old Glory Brew Hall and Brick Oven.
And to include Councilman McNamara's request of the second floor plan.
Well, I figure since we weren't approving them, that would.
Got you. But aren't we issuing them a 30-day?
I don't think we do that.
Oh, never mind. Got it. Sorry. Okay, so that's a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so can we please have a roll call, Michelle?
Councilmember Good,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco,
Yes.
Councilmember McDermott,
Yes.
Councilmember Davidson. Yes.
Yes.
And Councilmember McNamara.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, the public hearing. The meeting will be open to public comments for submission of 2021 New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection Urban Parks and Green Acre Grant Program for Park Development of Fireman's Park. Jay, did you want to present before we open it to the public?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. These two applications are due at the same time. They are both administered by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection Green Acres Program. It had been recommended by the DEP that for those communities like Keyport that are eligible for submission of an urban parks application, that a single application be submitted for both programs. Specifically, the urban parks eligibility is based on a identification of selected communities throughout the state. I will tell you that both of these programs are competitive, the urban parks being particularly competitive in notwithstanding the fact that only a select number of communities throughout the state are eligible. There is a limited pool of funds available, and there is also a $500,000 maximum application available. The Green Acres grant program is a little bit more flexible in that while it does require a match, there is not the same $500,000 limit on the maximum application that's available. You will recall that within the last month, we had submitted a separate recreation improvement, park improvement application concerning Cedar Street Park and that area for another state grant, which we feel would be we have a higher likelihood of success on that application. And I believe based on the prior discussions of the council, Cedar Street Park was a higher priority. This application involves the waterfront area adjacent to the parking lot at Fireman's Park. And I believe it is my understanding, based on a review of prior files and records, that a similar application was submitted under the hazard mitigation program. That application, as initially envisioned, was to reconstruct the bulkhead in that area immediately adjacent to the Fireman's Park parking lot at a higher elevation to provide further flood protection. And the application also included raising the elevation of the parking lot itself. Again, that application was not successful, not meeting the threshold requirements in terms of cost benefit for success in receiving those federal funds. The application that has been presented, and Michelle, I'd ask if you could bring up the drawing. We'd ask Trevor Taylor at CME, who was on the line, the borough engineer, whose office had originally prepared the concept plan for this improvement, to review the application that was previously submitted. And considering that the overall construction costs are significant for this project in its entirety, we've identified 3 separate scopes of it. One being specifically the bulkhead improvement, as well as the upgrade of the walkway along the waterfront, more in line with the waterfront promenade that's adjacent to the east, and then separating out the cost for elevating the parking lot itself. Additionally, a new component that has been that is being proposed is the construction of a walkway from the waterfront promenade to West Front Street. It is my understanding that the application, as previously envisioned and as submitted to for the hazard mitigations funding, included a private-public partnership that would have connected the waterfront promenade and extended it all the way to West Front Street at the intersection with the bridge. This project, because it does involve Green Acres funding, the borough has to be the owner or have an interest in the property. That portion has been removed. Michelle, are you able to? It's the Fireman's Park concept plan? Okay. While we're attempting to get the drawing up there, which was distributed to the governing body, Trevor is on the line also. Is there anything additional that we should add that would be helpful in describing the proposed improvements?
Thanks, Jay. I think you did a pretty good job explaining the improvements. I think just to take a look at what the concrete promenade would include, it would include a new composite bulkhead. The new concrete promenade would meet the height of the adjacent concrete promenade that was completed back in, I believe it was around 2008, 2009. And that would get the same treatment with the concrete, the paver inlays, and the railing on either side of the promenade, as well as luminaires with equal spacing along the promenade. And then there'd have to be an ADA accessible ramp on probably the far end of the promenade to provide access to it from an ADA perspective. And then as Jay indicated, we did add from the HMGP application, we did add that interconnecting walkway from West Front Street to the promenade. That would be between, there is a grass median there right now with, I believe, 1 or 2 utility poles and electrical box. We would propose putting that walkway between those 2 areas, again, between West Front Street and the new promenade, just to provide a secondary walking location to the promenade. And then lastly, the parking lot would include raising the parking lot 2 to 3 feet to get it around elevation 7.5, which would alleviate the flooding from most of the tidal storm surges that we see from your everyday, not your everyday, but your extreme high tide events within the parking lot. So that would include some drainage improvements in order to be able to get the water to drain out of the new bulkhead. We'd have to take a look at the site lighting, and then we do have concrete curb proposed just to delineate the parking spaces within the parking lot.
And Trevor, if I may, I believe we did correct the video issue, and everyone should be able to view the concept plan. Again, these are not fully engineered drawings. At this stage, they are simply an overlay of the proposed improvements.
That's correct. And one of the requirements for these applications is to have a public hearing, and that's why we are presenting this tonight.
Thank you. So with that said, can I please have a motion to open to the public to see if there's any commentary?
Motion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Because I'm screen sharing so that there was a visual, just may take me an extra minute to go through the icons because I can't have it on grid view. So by show of hands, if there's anybody who wants to speak. Okay, next on the phone lines. Once,
I'm sorry, Mayor, did you open it to public by phone?
yes.
Okay. A couple things. The resolution for the Green Acres enabling.
Oh, Mr. Lane, can you just state your name for the, because we have to turn this in as a public record.
All right, Michael Lane, 51 First Street, Keyport.
Thanks.
Couple of things. Just looking at the concept plan that was put up, it looks to me like the sidewalk is actually on the Park 149 property, based on the surveys and the application for Park 149.
Trevor, are you still on?
Yes, I'm still on. And I believe that our survey that we prepared for the waterfront park property, that is right on the property line, that new sidewalk. But obviously we can take a look at that and before we submit the application, confirm that property line.
I'm looking at the parking for 149, Port 149, and the parking that's on the east side of the walkway. My memory is that that was part of the 149 property. You need to check that. Second thing is that my perception is that the ground behind the promenade, the parking lot, has to be raised to the elevation of the promenade. And that was an issue when when the borough put in the original application for the promenade on the waterfront park. And it was not approved. The Birdsall was not approved because the ground was not brought up level with the bulkhead. And that's been true for the bulkheads we put in on First Street. So that needs to be looked at. Now, resolution 154-21. It indicates that the borough administrator for the township of Bloomfield, the statement in the resolution.
164 or 154?
154-21.
It's 64, 164.
It's 64, Mr. Lane, I think.
Sorry. Okay.
That's okay, but let me check what you're talking about. Hold on.
It's in the
middle
bold part that says now therefore be it resolved.
Okay, so we can make that edit.
All right. Did you find that?
Yes, thank you.
All right. The second thing is, I had a whole set of questions of what the plan is because you didn't provide the plan as part of the material available to residents who were interested. And I'm very discouraged by that. Why wasn't this plan posted with the rest of the resolutions?
We didn't have it, Mr. Lane.
Didn't have it.
Governing body didn't receive it till late this afternoon either.
So I think there are issues that need to be worked out. One obvious one is the Bloomfield. Another question is, where's the property line? And can you actually put a bulkhead and promenade in that's 3 or 4 feet higher than the parking lot behind it? Because you're going to just create a huge lake and pressure on that bulkhead. And in Union Beach, if you check the record, the new bulkhead that they installed in Union Beach, which was 2 or 3 feet above the ground, didn't last through the first storm. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Anyone else on the phone lines? Okay, a motion to close to the public.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So, Ms. London or Mr. Laney, is there time to review Mr. Lane's concerns before it is submitted? Or do we?
let me suggest, Mayor, that obviously the correction to the reference in the resolution can be corrected as part of any adoption. The other issues I would defer, first of all, to Mr. Taylor as far as the technical aspects of the concern regarding the height of the bulkhead. As far as Mr. Taylor did indicate also that based on Mr. Lane's comment, the precise location of the survey delineating the boundary between the borough's property and its parking lot and the adjacent property will be reviewed. Again, this is a concept plan. These are not fully engineered drawings. The concept would be submitted to the state as part of the grant application. We do not have another council meeting before the grant deadline for these. We can make those adjustments. I don't believe they are significant adjustments, but I would defer to Mr. Trevor's input, Mr. Taylor's input.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. We can definitely take those comments into consideration and do any updates we need to before we submit it to Green Acres.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. London, is it okay if we proceed with a potential motion?
Yes, the language in the resolution is general about providing the application and plan. So as Mr. Taylor mentioned, any changes that need to be made, they could be made, and they would be the ones submitted when it's made, when the application is made. So yes, you
Thank
can.
you. If there's a pleasure of the governing body to move forward with that, can I please have a motion? For 16421, and we could do them together, right, Jay? Or no? Do you need separate resolution approval?
They are separate resolutions, but
Okay.
I don't believe, unless there's a reason to take them separately, I don't believe it's necessary that they be voted separately.
Motion.
Hold on one second, Mr. Good. Sorry, Michelle, do you want them separate?
They can be together, that's fine, but I had a question.
Before we move forward? Mr. Good, hold on one second, please.
I think you should do them separately.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor, before the motion is made, may I ask a question?
Sure, I just need to make sure Michelle's questions were answered. Okay. Yes, Councilman Davidson.
Are there any plans or discussion regarding the bulkhead that's adjacent to the fireman's lot for the I can't think of the address.
Part 149.
Thank you, Council President. Good.
Were there discussions with them? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that is not part of this application. If you'd like to make any comment regarding it, we could do it outside of the adoption process for this resolution. But to answer your anticipated question, I will tell you that the adjacent property has been cited for the condition of the bulkhead. There are applications pending by the owner of that property to obtain the necessary state permits to do the work.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney.
To Councilwoman's point, though, is it possible that we mail them this resolution when it passes so they know that we could potentially be moving forward and that may change their plan or design? For Deport 149, please. Does that satisfy what you were bringing up, Councilwoman Davidson?
I was also wondering if there's any possibility of that piece being incorporated into the plan, given that it doesn't have to be owned by the property.
Public partnership, and I don't know that we can really enter that.
I'm sorry, I thought Mr. Delaney said it doesn't have to be, that part of the language was removed, that it had to be owned by a borough.
No, that is a requirement under the Green Acres program that we have to have an interest. It is my understanding that under the previous concept that would have extended the walkway to the bridge, there had been some either discussions or intention of a private-public partnership. It is also my understanding that those discussions have stopped or did stop because there were permitting and tideland ownership questions that the adjacent property owner had to clear up.
Thank you.
Okay. So now if we're going to do them separately. So if there is a pleasure of the governing body, can I have a motion to approve
I have one
16421?
question. I just wondered, what was the cost of the project?
Which one?
I think one, just for my clarification, one was for it was up to $500,000. Is that what?
Yes, the total project cost for what were identified as item A, which is the bulkhead and the walkway, the promenade extension, is approximately $1.8 million. The walkway out to West Front Street is approximately $115,000. And then the parking lot improvements are estimated at just over $1.3 million. The Green Acres application has a $500,000 maximum. So here we're looking for partial funding. The other application, we will submit the full amount up to the grant. There is no limit on what we can apply for. It is unlikely that we would receive full funding.
Okay. One more time. If it's a pleasure of the governing body, can I have a motion to approve 16421?
Motion, but not to change our name to Township of Bloomfield.
Second.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Good.
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco.
Yes.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
Councilmember Davidson.
Yes.
And Councilmember McNamara.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if it's a pleasure of the council, can I have a motion to approve 16521?
Motion.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Good.
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco.
Yes.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
Councilmember Davidson.
Yes.
Councilmember McNamara.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we go on to communications by consent. Items 1 through 9. I know there's been a couple questions this evening. One was about number 9, still having to submit their certificate of insurance, as well as a couple questions about waivers of fees. And I do believe there was also a question by a member of the public regarding communication number 3. So the governing body members, there was a commentary from the police department on that. So I know that was one of the concerns expressed by Mr. Lane. That is in your packet. And as well as signatures from the residents and as well as communication from the school. So that was vetted prior to this being put on the agenda. In regards to the fees, there was a question asked if the Boy Scouts have typically had their waiver fee. The answer to that has been yes. It's been past practice as far as I'm aware. But there is no, from my understanding, any of the ceremonies I've attended, there are no requirements from the borough. There's no manpower needed or cleanup or anything like that. They also assist the borough in many events throughout the year, including trail cleanups and items such as that. They usually also have a Flag Day, retirement of flags in conjunction with American Legion. They weren't able to have that this year just because of being able to have the timing once things were approved to start opening up. But that's another service that is kind of provided for the general public by the Boy Scouts. In regards to the nonprofits that are asking for waivers of fees, I believe the ordinance states for raffles licenses that first aid and fire fees are waived. In regards to other organizations, we have been, unfortunately, though it does incur expenses to the borough. And some of the organizations are not exactly pleasant in their commentary and documenting letters about some of our departments of our borough. So it's interesting that they get the fees waived and then have negative comments about the resources that are provided to them for free. So I do think it's a general question that needs to be addressed moving forward. And I think we need to stick to what's in our ordinances. And there isn't anything in the ordinances for organizations. And it was recently noted in a KBBC meeting that some of the organizations that we should be making sure that they're compliant with state nonprofit statutes and federal guidelines, and some of them are not. So I think we need to start being consistent in our messaging that we're delivering. For instance, like communication number 4, they're paying in full, but it's a volunteer for one of our commissions. But gazebo rental isn't listed as one of the things, but if he wanted a boat pass, he would get that for free. So I think that whole process needs to be reviewed and cleaned up. So those are my comments on that. Any members of the governing body have any commentary on the nations?
Mayor, thank you. Actually, my question goes towards, I'm going to put Chief Torres on the spot here with regard to communication number 3, I guess. I mean, I see the email that was sent, Sergeant Wheeler also. I mean, I understand the general thing, but what's your position on this?
Hi, everyone. Are you talking about the block party?
Yes.
It was vetted. That email was sent out. I usually have the lieutenant or captain go over it. I think all their concerns were addressed in the email. That's up to you guys. We put our concerns out there as far as that's a large amount of people and we are blocking a roadway. There's a bunch of concerns that I have based on that. I think that we would have to probably have someone monitor that. One of my concerns was if somebody came off the highway turning into cones, however they're going to block it off. It's not a great area to block off for a block party. But ultimately that's up to you guys to vote on. We had listed our concerns and that we don't have any additional that are other than what's in that email.
I know you list your concerns, which I appreciate, and I know the answer to. If the council approves it, you are going to do what is required. I guess my question goes towards what is your position that we should or shouldn't? Is there that the safety concerns outweigh that there is much more of an issue? I guess I'm asking you, in how high are the safety concerns? Significant, or is it just we're putting this on the record, that may be an issue.
Yes, I do think that it's a little, I wish that there was a little more time to plan something like that. I think that this was put forth, even needed more time to plan something like this. It's a pretty large event in a very small area. We are coming still off of COVID. So my recommendation would be to really, the process that's in place right now doesn't say how much time before an event you have to apply. I think that giving all the entities more time to get manpower together, to collect and make sure that public safety is a priority, I think all those things need to be in place rather than just give all of us like 20 days to come up with manpower to work an event, to know how we're going to put out barricades. I don't know if the organizer of that event has satisfactory, has put into place all of our concerns. We're not even given back to the organizer yet, so I don't know what they have in place. I don't think all of our concerns were addressed by them yet, and it's a very quick little amount of time that we were given to even plan. My recommendation would be during this time period, I would say no.
It's also important to note, Councilman Good, to piggyback off of what you're saying, is that we essentially had the fireman department move their fare because of July 3rd being such a heavy weekend of traffic in the borough.
Yeah.
So being that that's a U-turn area, that's another concern, I think, if we don't have the manpower, because they're going to be busy at the waterfront.
Yeah, that was my question, Captain Chief Torres. You're still captain in my phone. I know that you suggested having manpower to help with traffic flow and whatnot. Now, would that be overtime? Would that be pulling another man off the road? Like, what would that look like?
So for an event like this with a road closure, because it's so near a highway and a parkway, a lot of times people circumvent the U-turn and they go down that street to kind of get around. And it happens a lot, and they're not familiar with the area always because they're headed back toward the parkway. I would think that it would definitely be overtime for someone then, if I can. Obviously, we have the fair coming too, so we have a large amount of events in this time period as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Councilman Good, was that the only question on communications you had before I go to next? There's other council members that have questions, but wasn't sure.
Oh, no, please. I think that was my only question, unless I missed something. You can have anybody else jump in there.
Okay. Councilman McDermott, I see your hand up too.
Yeah. So I know we also canceled the wedding on July 3rd of that weekend, as well as the waterfront. And because of the concerns with everyone wanting to join, seeing the fireworks and things like that. So in trend of that, I mean, it's a little concerning, the date that they chose. Let's just say that. It's also the biggest holiday weekend I think we have. So we want to bring people into town, into our businesses more. The other question I had is regarding the ask request. And I don't know if this goes into, maybe Chief Torres, you can answer, regarding police resources. Is that going to require police resources and support?
What request was that?
Item number 7 on communication for the art around the bay, where they asked for art last year, but then they did art and music.
Yeah, we didn't have any issue with that. I mean, other than us obviously patrolling the area for the art. I don't have the agenda right up on our thing, so I'd have to know the art. Can you just clarify exactly which one?
Well, I just wanted to know if it requires police department resources. I thought it required DPW resources. If I'm not mistaken, Mayor, maybe you can attest to, or whoever's who was involved in this last year.
That's the art on the waterfront, the painting.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it was fine. We drove by and we were patrolling the area just to make sure, but we had no issues with it.
Just to jump in, my recollection is that that's more DPW concerns.
So I guess that's the question.
Perhaps it's on there to do this, the police, but I don't know if they're gonna have, you don't usually typically bring in an extra man to deal with that, do you, Chief?
No, we don't.
The Art Society had issues with police manpower last year, but that was all addressed by Chief Torres as incorrect information. So, but there wasn't additional manpower needed.
Exactly.
But there was extra, garbage cans and all that kind of stuff that needed to be emptied. So Councilman Checker was correct that it's more of a DPW thing. Is that your only question?
Yeah, that was it. I just wanted to know what resources are being used by the borough to support that. And DPW is being used as a resource. That's what I did. Thank you.
Thanks. And the electric for the music, if that gets approved, the application says no electric is allowed, but they did. Councilman McNamara?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm assuming that there'll be a more complete event form at some point with that. And since it's in September, I would imagine that we can probably revisit it. But my main question has to do with Fireman's Fair. And it's just a quick one. I looked at the lovely map that was submitted, and I don't know if this is the map that actually went with the ABC application for the beer tent. But just for my own clarification, is there anyone who can just explain to me the two checkpoints that go into where the beer tent is? It says that it's the food and the beer tent all in the one area with the two checkpoints. So I guess my concern is if I'm under 21, which I'm not, but if I were to go into that area as an 18-year-old who wanted to get food, what happens at the checkpoint? Is anybody putting a wristband on people? Or am I looking at this map wrong and that the food and the beer tent are not in the same location? I don't know if there's anybody from the Fireman's Fair organization planning group on that could maybe clarify for me.
Typically, the food is separate from the beer. From the beer. They do have a checkpoint. Actually, trying to orient myself to the drawing, but along call it the closest part to the water is typically the tent with the cooking and the food. And then closer to the E-Cottage Inn property, they have it fenced off with that where the checkpoint on the right side typically is for the beer. That's again, the drawing is a little interesting, but that's how they've done it for the past since I've been around.
They do get a ID and in order to get the alcohol, but they can get the beer and then go have pizza or something over in the food area. But they are ID'd in order to be served, and they can bring the alcohol out to the picnic tables, but they can't exit that whole area with any beer. That's my understanding.
Just so everyone know, in the past though, too, they also gave wrist guards. Now, whether they're going to do it this year, I do not know, but I know in the past wrist guards have been given to eligible drinkers.
I don't know 100% since I can't drink the beer, but I think it's only certain nights it's wristbands.
Okay, thank you.
Now, not that I'm an expert at beer tent, but my recollection is that you get a wristband when you show your ID.
Oh, okay.
And then you get a cup, and then you beer the cup. But that's
okay. Does that answer your questions, Councilman McNamara?
I guess, I mean, the drawing leaves a lot to be desired. And if that's honestly what went to the ABC, it's I don't know. it's a little unprofessional, but if everybody's comfortable that there is a process in place, then I'll say, okay.
Okay. Councilman Davidson?
Thank you, Mayor. In regards to communication number 7, being it is in September, I do like the idea of them coming back with a more detailed and thought out plan for what the event will be, to be fully encompassing of music or other areas around the borough, perhaps, so we know we have a full picture of what the event entails based on last year. And I think it's coming on time that we decide that as a council when we're going to stop the waiver of fees. COVID is coming to an end. We've given a lot of organizations a lot of breaks over the past year, understandably. And again, while I support the arts and all of our nonprofits, I think we need to put a stop to it. And at this going forward, maybe the beginning of third quarter, we decide, waivers or fees are not going to be entertained unless it's a certain organization based on, what's written in our ordinance. That's just my thought on that. So I would like to pull communication number 7 for a later date for more information. Thank you.
Any other council members have commentary? Okay, so from what I'm understanding is the requests are to table number 7 to a future meeting. I'm not sure if we are
But I think
going to poll number 3 for a separate vote. Going through them, hold on 1 second. And then number 9 about the insurance. Those are what I'm remembering from the commentary. Is that all accurate? Ms. McDermott, do you have a question?
Yeah, no, with number 7, I think the request was to have them provide us with a more detailed plan.
Well, if we table it, right?
Right. I'm just saying, I thought that was the other request from the organization.
Does anyone disagree with that's how we're going to move forward? Okay. So I would need an approval for communications items numbers 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8.
I motion for communications approval 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8.
Second,
Can I roll call, please?
I'm sorry, what are we doing with 9 again? And are we receiving and filing 10?
Oops. So yeah, let me scratch all of that. 9, I was gonna do separately.
Okay,
but
I
did
just, that
forget
I
to
didn't hear.
include 10. That was my fault on 10. So Councilwoman McDermott, can you re-motion so that it's
Right.
1, 2?
I motion to approve communications and file 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 10.
Thank you. I forget
Oh,
who
right.
seconded.
Ted.
Thank you.
Second.
For roll call, please. No.
Councilmember Good,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember McDermott,
Yes.
Councilmember Davidson,
Yes.
Councilmember McNamara.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we would have, if the pleasure of the governing body is to do so, I would need approval, a motion to approve communication number 3, if that's the pleasure of the council. Going once, Going twice. Going third time. Okay, so that does not move forward. Communication number 7, give a motion to table and request the organization to provide documentation of their state and federal status and a different plan, better plan, I think is what Councilwoman, somebody said. A request of resources, is that what you asked for? Somebody asked, they were asking what
Yeah,
is needed.
that's, it's between Councilman Davidson and myself.
So is everyone in favor of tabling that with that communication back to them?
Table that with the additional details for the plans.
Right. Okay. So you'll communicate that to the organization? Then we have number 9. If that's a pleasure of the council, I would need a motion if you want to approve it contingent on receiving the certificate of insurance, or if you would prefer it be tabled to the next meeting and actually see the certificate of insurance.
I'll make the motion approved contingent on the insurance. I mean, they'll have to provide it, so.
I'll second that.
Have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Good,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco,
Yes.
Councilmember McDermott,
Yes.
Councilmember Davidson,
Yes.
Councilmember McNamara.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, we have approval of minutes from May 4th council meeting.
Motion.
A second,
Second.
roll call, please.
Councilmember Good,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco,
Abstain.
Councilmember McDermott,
I just need to, was I at the meeting? I just want to make sure. I know there's one meeting I missed. I'm trying to look at it, sorry.
that's all right.
Am I in the vote in the meeting? That's all right. I look,
I'd have to see if you're on the roll call.
I am on a roll call? That's what I need to know. Yes.
I'm asking, I don't have those minutes in front of me. I apologize.
Yes. Councilwoman McDermott was on the.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Davidson
Yes.
and Councilmember McNamara.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have receive and file reports of municipal clerk's report, May 2021, tax water sewer collectors report for May 2021, Board of Health Treasurer's report for May 2021, Building Department monthly report for May 2021, Municipal Court monthly report for May 2021, Keyport Parking Advisory Committee report for May 2021, and Keyport Advisory Parking Committee preliminary report dated June 6, 2021.
Motion to receive and file.
Did appreciate that.
Sorry, Mayor. Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Matt motioned. Delia seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any noes or abstain? Okay. New business. We don't have anything on the agenda for this evening, but we have unfinished business. Do any members of the cannabis committee want to speak before we open it up to the public for 2 or 3 minute
There we go.
commentary per person?
Mayor, if I may, I don't know if that now is the appropriate time. I had my little hand thing up. I don't know if that was the right way. I just wanted to address Councilwoman McNamara's issue with the IDing and how it was done.
Go ahead.
So what they plan on doing this year is they plan on giving a different color wristband out every day to the, once their person is ID'd, they'll give them a wristband that stays on the rest of the night so that they can come out and in of the beer tent.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Mayor, if I may, I just, one thing I did want to mention, at least it's a kind of a new business, but I asked Mr. Delaney to look into, or at least some, and had a, I don't know, off the cuff discussion with Chief Torres about, you know, some of the traffic control speeding issues. And I thought one of the ideas, and I know it's come up before, and I think it's time again to look at, is some speed humps, not the bumps, but humps on certain of the roads. That we just from people just speeding through, and while I know that some of it is a lack of manpower or at least an enforcement issue, I think another thing we could definitely try to slow down some of the people. There's most recently, I think a crash with a motorcycle at 3rd and Atlantic, just because people use that one go straight down, and I know across from Broad along 3rd seems to be the other crossway. So I just wanted to let that out there, that I asked Mr. Delaney to look into some of that. And I assume that later on he'll, not tonight, but some point later on in the year, he'll report back to us.
If I could piggyback off of that to revisit the request back in September to move forward with discussions, the engineer and DPW and Chief and Jay, to have that one whole grid of the municipality, all 4-way stops, which would be Warren, Church, Atlantic, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, Warren, and Elizabeth. Not 1st, sorry, 2nd, 3rd, Warren, Elizabeth, up to Maple. Since none of them are county roads, I had made that request back in September. So hopefully now that things have calmed down COVID-wise, we can start getting back to discussions on hopes and goals. So maybe that could be in conjunction with that.
Excellent idea.
Okay, so now we'll go on to Councilman Good. Do you want to give an update on what the plan that is being presented and feedback that was received by residents and anyone else that you spoke with regarding the chief regarding the cannabis ordinance and what you're suggesting to the governing body?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm gonna mostly defer to Councilwoman McNamara and Davidson, who were instrumental in this, but what we call it published for the public to review is, I guess, the general way that we would progress. The issue that we are coming up with, as well as a number of other municipalities, is that the Regulatory Commission has kind of the same timeline as we do to come up with rules, and even their rules are going to be after the August 21st date. So we're kind of flying a little bit blind in terms of trying to craft an ordinance that in which one part we really don't understand, or at least we haven't been provided anything from the state. So the idea was to say, here's the draft ordinance that we were looking to introduce, but because we'd rather take a more conservative approach to this and await the Regulatory Commission's promulgation of rules, that we were again, unless the governing body has different ideas, to pass the ordinance saying that we're banning everything until such time that the regulatory commission gives us our rules. And as long as there's nothing surprising with regard to the commission's rules and regulations, that this would be the well-developed framework of what we see to be allowed in Keyport, as well as the licensing requirements and the tax revenue. And with that, I will turn it over to Councilwoman McNamara, Councilwoman Davidson to Peggy, or
Can
at
I
least to join in.
just ask a question? When you're saying conservative approach, because there's often dialogue out in the public as to conservative versus progressive. So when you say conservative approach, you just mean regarding how we're moving forward, right? Not necessarily regarding allowances once the guidelines are approved, correct?
Oh, that was not in any kind of political commentary. That was more along the lines of better safe than
Conservative,
sorry.
right. Okay. I just wanted to make sure for the record, for anyone listening. Okay. Councilwoman Davidson or McNamara?
Ms. London, while we are discussing this one more time and we're at this point, can you confirm again that if we choose to opt out at this time, we can opt back in at any point in time, which means September, October, we don't have to wait another period of time before we decide to opt in. So if we have the draft ordinance prepared and we decide at this point, we're just going to hold off again for what Council President Good said, to be a little bit more conservative on understanding the regulations and the full impact for the future, are we still able to opt in at any point in time after this?
Yes, as long as you adopt an ordinance before August 21st, the opt-out ordinance, you will be able to opt back in and include whatever types of licensing you would like to do. So the ordinance or the draft ordinance that you have now could be the basis, or would be the basis of whatever you decide to do after the regulations come in, and you get a chance, and you have a chance to review the regulations, just to make sure that there's nothing inconsistent between your draft and the regulations. So the key is passing the opt-out ordinance as soon as possible, probably at your next meeting. Oh, you don't have a next meeting. When is your next meeting?
July 6th.
Yes. Introducing it July 6th, so that we're in time for the August 21st date.
And if we do the opt-out ordinance, we do not have to put that towards the planning board, is that correct?
That's correct. It's just opting out. You're saying you're not allowing anything.
Thank you.
Actually, I think depending on the ordinance, if you are making some changes to your zoning sections to specifically say that things cannot be in it, I believe it may have to go to the planning board. And I can confirm that and let you know tomorrow. But I think it may have to go to the planning board.
We currently still have it on the agenda for the 24th, just in case. So if you can confirm that by tomorrow based on.
I can let you know first thing in the morning.
So the concern with that would be, we don't have the ordinance to give them yet to opt out. Right, Ms. London?
Well, the draft of the ordinance is a sample one that other municipalities have used. So it's nothing really to put together. So it's just introducing it at the July meeting, which will be available.
If introducing it in July and then going to planning board in July, and the planning board meeting in July is after our second meeting in July for council.
It's after.
Leslie, could we possibly draft could we draft the ordinance such that that it's not a zoning change, as much as some kind of non-zoning change, so that I haven't seen anything that says that that whatever kind of opt-out ordinance has to be contained in the zoning
I know,
ordinances or.
Yeah, I've seen some that specifically reference portions of the zoning ordinance, which brings it back into planning board then. But let me check on that, because if it can be crafted such that you don't have to go to the zoning board, or not the zoning board, the planning board, that's best.
Just to confirm, and Council President Good and Council Member McNamara, we decided that we were going to recommend, that this is our recommendation, and have discussion from the rest of the council before we make any sort of decision about opting out or opting in, while we still have time to do either one at this point in time. Is that correct?
Yes, I think what we also wanted to do, because council has had the opportunity to look at the draft, we were hoping to poll council at this point, to make sure that that's part of what we're doing. So Mayor, if you can facilitate that, I know we're missing one council member, but we would like to just, on the record, poll and see where people's comfort level is with introducing, banning temporarily.
So,
Councilmember Pacheco.
I'm sorry, Mayor, before you poll, can I just add one more thing? In regards to speaking to the public and having conversations with those that have reached out to us, there have been many members of the public that have reached out. To me, I don't want to say many, I would say a good solid handful that have lots of concerns about moving forward with it at all. So they've asked me to relay those issues to council. A lot of them have to do with consumption in private property and the smell that lingers over to neighboring yards. The DUI aspect, people walking down the street smoking, which I gave them the best of as much information as I could based on what we have learned in the subcommittee and the regulations that are being put forward and how we plan on moving ahead if we do. But there is a good population of people that are not in favor of it in town. They just have not been speaking out about it at our meetings or been sending any emails. It's been mostly phone calls. So I just wanted to put that. Sorry, Council President.
Oh, that was me. Go ahead.
I just wanted to put that out there before we poll and then let everybody. I don't know if Council President. Oh my gosh. Council Member McNamara has anything to add in that respect.
I guess for me, I did speak a lot at the last meeting. My leaning is that I do believe that the Keyport residents, through their voting to pass it and participation in public comment so far, at least what I've seen, to balance out the other side, has been a desire to see cannabis business in our borough. And I do believe that what we're doing right now with attempting to just put a pause on is important. It is the role of the governing body to not just listen to our community, but make sure with going forward with something like this that we do it right. I don't think that a delay of a couple of months, if that's what it takes for the commission to come out with more details, is that big of an issue. But I mean, I'm sure there are some that would argue that. But I think the professionals, in terms of, our legal, the League of Municipalities, other communities, everybody just feels it should be done right. And I do think that we need to ensure that any kind of local code and zoning that does come forth is compliant with any statutory regulations. So, as I said, I think I went over most of that at the last meeting. I know I went on for quite a while. I think the mayor wanted to send me a sip of water while I was doing it. So again, at this point, I would be curious, any comments from the other members of council?
Councilwoman Pacheco? Oh, hold on one second. Go ahead.
Mayor, just wanted to just point out that I know that over 70% of Keyport voted in favor of it. And that the fact of the matter is the one issue that we can't do anything about, even if 100% were voted against, is that we can't stop the delivery into the town. So there's no, it's not even like we can we can't stop it at the border and not, so it doesn't matter what we do. That's something that the state has taken away from us to say. And the concerns about the odor from the private residences that Councilwoman Davidson mentioned is something that we're gonna, try to handle, and I would have an issue with that also. But whatever we do, if somebody's gonna have it delivered from a retailer out of the municipality, is really, it's not something we can stop.
Councilwoman Pacheco, sorry about that.
No, it's fine. I wish we'd gotten clearer guidance moving forward, because I do think it's important for us to make a way to bring it to town in a safe way. And I do know a lot of residents I've spoken to are in favor of it. If taking a pause to do it right is the game plan, I think that that's a good game plan. I just wish we'd gotten more guidance from the state, that's all.
Thank you. Councilwoman McDermott?
Given that we don't have guidance from the state, I would prefer that we opt out and then follow cascade down and figure out what we can do to accommodate parts of the 6 classifications. Because I do think this is a good opportunity. It just depends on where it's placed in town. I do know this will add some workforce issues to our Keyport Police Department regarding enforcement. So we need to also address, be aware, be proactively engaged in that discussion as well. So I do think we need to respectfully at this point, opt out and then focus on what's the state's going to give us with guidance. Because again, I also don't want us to be contradicting in ordinances and going back and rewriting ordinances because it's contradicting the state or the county. That's just, as we all know, our ordinances need to be fixed, and this is just going to cascade further if we don't address this appropriately and timely.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pacheco, you have your hand up?
Let me just walk me through the process just again, so we can opt out. And then is there a waiting period to opt back in? And I'm sure we've spoken of this before.
No, there is no time.
The logistical process is, because I don't want to opt out forever. I just do think that because of the lack of guidance, maybe putting a pause on figuring this out is good. And I just want to make sure that if we magically figure this out in 30 days, let's say, could we opt in then, or is there a waiting period?
No, there is no waiting period, and the anticipated date or time frame for the regulations, we keep being told before the end of the year. So it's not August, it's probably not September. The Regulatory Commission meets, I think their next meeting is next month, and I believe Council Member McMcNamara has been attending, and I've also been attending those meetings. But there's a lot of work to be done, and they are not there yet. So they keep promising before the end of the year. That's the message that I keep hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Checo, I know Council President Good, myself, and Councilmember McNamara also discussed that we don't want this to drag on through 2022. We would like this to be resolved and hopefully move forward as soon as possible with the right information, the right guidance. So it is our hope that we're going to stay on top of it throughout the next few months to make sure that we don't miss an opportunity at all, because I do believe there is pros and cons, but there is a definite opportunity here.
Can we please have a motion to the public, 3 minutes maximum for this particular topic only this moment?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, aye.
I'll go by video first. So just to confirm at this point in time, it looks like it's going to be the pleasure of the governing body to pause until the state is ready and opt out so that we can amend things later. Any members of the governing body, any members of the public on camera, go by show of hand. Mr. Graham?
Yes, hi, Elmer J. Graham Jr., 22 St. Peter's Place. I was among those that voted to legalize marijuana in the state of New Jersey, even though I don't smoke this stuff myself, but that's beside the point. But I would urge you to, I would urge you to be very careful on this and going forward and allowing this in our borough and everything like that. And if you're going to allow it in our borough, just treat it like alcohol and stuff like that, like as far as law enforcement goes on it and stuff like that. I would just urge you to be very careful in adopting this. Yeah, like I said, you just want to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Anyone else by show of hands? Mr. Maroney?
Patrick Maroney, 313 Main Street. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm seeing a lack of leadership here. It really just seems like there's a lot of confusion. You're saying you're waiting on guidance, you're waiting on regulations. Some of the things that are being brought up, like, will people be consuming on premises? Well, obviously we can't do anything about people consuming on private property, but, in terms of businesses, that's something that can be regulated right now. To say that no retailer is going to allow, consumption on their property. That's something that, can be done at the ordinance level. I don't know. I guess, so my issue is kind of like this, I want Keyport to be as business friendly as possible. And, I think it's really sending mixed messages to sit there and say, we're gonna, it was illegal for a long time, should have been, legal. Finally, most people want it legal, and now we're gonna make it illegal again here and eventually make it legal again. I think there's a realistic scenario of there's some, highly desirable businesses out there that are looking, where are we going to locate? Boom. Okay, they're going to have Keyports. They banned everything. They're going to go somewhere else. Not to say that there's not going to be more coming down the line, but you don't know what we're going to miss out on with making this kind of decision. And if there's a regulation that contradicts what we have, the ordinance can be changed, right?
So that's part of the challenge, is what has been presented to us, is that if we move forward with certain categories, we will not be able to change it for 5 years. Is that correct, Ms. London? Even, and then the state would supersede what we could have drafted. Is my understanding the current guidelines, Ms. London?
Yes, if your ordinance is inconsistent with the regulations would supersede the ordinance. But there may also, excuse me, be some additional information in the regulations that would sway you to do something maybe that you have, or not do something that you have in your ordinance, because we don't know the full extent of the regulations at this point. But if there's something inconsistent, your local ordinance would be superseded by the regulation.
Okay.
So, but isn't there also the 5-year?
Right. If you let's say allow license one, or retail, and for some reason once the regulations come out, and you decide based on the regulations, you don't want it now, you can't change that. You have to keep it for 5 years. So anything you put in, you opt in now, you can't opt out of. The positive thing about opting out is that you can always opt back in. So anything, your ordinance, if you have now, you're allowing A, B, and C, you're stuck with A, B, and C for 5 years. If for some reason you decide to change after the regulations come out.
Okay, but so the 5-year thing only has to do with, whether or not you're going to allow a certain, license, class of license. That's it, right? I mean, is the council thinking of not allowing one of these 6 classes? I always thought that they were all going to be allowed,
Patrick, did you look at the ordinance? Did you look at the draft that we posted? Because that was.
Yes, and all you said, it says that all 6 are allowed.
Right. I mean, again, I'm not going to speak for everybody else, but the intent of this was that this is the direction that we were going. The problem runs into, and I made with the concern about there are people that are going to be wanting to apply for licensing, and that some of the requirements are for the licensing at the state were to have the municipality at least a resolution or some support from the municipality. And we wanted to get it as close to where we want to end up as possible, but along the same lines, we're kind of left in a lurch with the state, not giving us anything. And they're kind of saying, you got to make your decision. And, it's much more harrowing if you jump now than to say, we're going to wait and see what it's coming out. But the idea was to push this out and say that this was really kind of floated around, discussed, and this is where we're aiming for in terms of where it's going to be, the number of licenses, the cost, and what we're looking to do. Public, we've already had a number of public meetings on it, but again, now we're doing a little more of here's the ordinance, and we're intending to aim this, but the issue becomes the state. So we don't know if they're going to have a regulation that says, like, for example, manufacturers are allowed to operate at 3 a.m. and that's what they get to do, and just ignore all noise ordinances. I mean, obviously that is a crazy example, but if that happens, we can't now say, oh, wait a minute, we don't want any manufacturers now. So there is that issue.
Isn't there also the issue if we went the way that Mr. Maroney is saying, and then the state comes back and says, like, for instance, Mr. Good, 2 of everything, right? Of all 6, right? That's what we say we want to move forward with, hypothetically. And then the state comes back and says, oh, you're only allowed to have 1, you're only allowed to have 4, or you're only allowed to have 1 of each. Now we've had people go and put business plans in and potentially start doing construction, and then we're not going to be allowed them to build if the state comes in and says that, right, Mr. Good?
Well, I mean, that's going to be, obviously the state is going to control these licenses, with the exception of, and Leslie, correct me if I'm wrong here, with the exception of the number of cultivators. I don't even think the state's decided how many licenses they're giving out in any of the categories.
Right. So to Mr. Maroney's point, he's saying that we should potentially move forward and just say what we're going to have so that people can start coming in and building and signing leases. But that could be detrimental if the state's guidelines go and say then we can't allow what they're just trying to move forward on. So I think I agree with Mr. Maroney in that it's a lack of leadership, but I don't think it's at the local level.
Yeah, the state will control the total number of licenses that will be allowed throughout the state. So you may say
there be a provision in the ordinance and say this, nothing is final until the state provides the final guidelines. I mean,
that's the problem.
We're not the only ones in this situation. I mean, there's got to be other, I'm sure there's towns out there that are going to go ahead with this, and they're saying, well, if there's, we'll work it out. I
The majority of the ones I've heard are all opting out because of the same situation and waiting for state guidance, but I'll defer to committee members to what they've heard.
All right. Well, I hope that, maybe there's a deadline.
The deadline's the problem. That's the problem, is that we have to have something in effect by August 21st. So it's either, if you allow it, then you can't back out. So it's more of, you have to do something. So they're not even accepting applications. That's the other thing.
Sorry, I know I'm going over, but like
No, it's fine.
We're
This is
not
what it's
backing
for.
out of, we're not going to be backing out of classes, right? I mean, we're not really like thinking of backing out of any of the classes. And
If you ask me, no, but that's my opinion. If you ask me, no, but that's my opinion. I'm not saying that there isn't something that the state's going to do that's going to make everybody change their mind about a class. I know you're saying their hypotheticals are
splitting hair. All right.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
you guys
actually
understand my position, so
I'm on your side. I was I had the idea, but I'll tell you that more municipalities are saying we'll hit the brakes now, and knowing that we're going to allow it, but we're going to hold off. I think actually I can't. The only one that I know that's introduced to allow is for Hillsborough.
but could we put a deadline on ourselves to say within 1 month of the regulations coming out, we need to have this? I don't know. I guess I'm a little wary of government when things gotta get, paralysis by analysis or something, but all right.
Councilmember McNamara wants to comment back to you.
So one of the things, I'll just refresh what Councilmember Davidson said just a few moments ago, is that it is really important for us to stay on top of this, and that's why she had asked Ms. London the question about, is there any waiting time for us to opt back in? We don't want to miss these opportunities, and as Council President Good mentioned, we are aware that for these businesses to apply to the state, the municipalities they're interested in have to have something in place. So at this point, the Regulatory Commission will not even begin the process of accepting and reviewing applications until the earliest September. And they'll have a full 180 days to go through that process. So there will be opportunity for us to know where this all stands. And it was just at the June 1st meeting, that was the first time they ever even discussed anything that had to do with local municipality interest. Prior to that, it was establishing their own commission. It was talking about, quality control at higher levels and a lot of other things. So I know that our effort has definitely been to stay on top of this, which is why we have, a draft set up. We have not, obviously we're polling, council members today as well, trying to get a good feel for where everybody wants to be on this, so that we are in a position to move along as soon as there's some real concrete information. But they're not even accepting applications at this point for licenses.
Okay.
And Patrick, I know that you went way past the 3 minutes, but that was more commentary by all of us, so that's why I allowed that.
All right. And I mean, I wonder, in a case like this, is it okay to let the public go before you take a poll on, is that?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
No, I'm saying you kind of took a poll of the council members before hearing from the public. I don't know.
Well, we had 2 public hearings from the public.
Well,
Prior
but
to
it's
any
an
of this.
entirely new issue you're bringing up. I mean, this was.
And this is the same issue that's been presented since January, and this was the concerns all along, and why we formed a committee.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else on the video? Anyone else by phone line?
Michael Lane, 51 First Street, Keyport.
Hi, Mr. Lane.
I want to compliment the committee on the work they did. I think they got a sound basis for opting in the future, but I would recommend that you opt out now until the regulatory commission sets the rules. On the ordinance for the future, I recommend you actually, I don't think many people are aware of it or even know that it existed on the website, that you communicate it to the residents and actually maybe even have a public session to comment on it. A couple of comments I would make, as I say, I think it's an excellent starting point. The setback from a residential district lot needs to be defined at 250 feet. Right now, it says you can't have a cannabis business within 250 feet of a children facility or child care center, etc. But same thing should apply to a residential district lot where the kids are out playing in the yard. 250 feet setback from a residential district lot. I recommend that. The setback in the alcohol ordinance requires setback from places of worship, and I didn't see that in the ordinance, which surprised me. And finally, there's a statement which I don't understand how to interpret. Cannabis consumption areas shall not be permitted in the borough. So I don't understand what the definition of an area is. Is it like at the beach, you can't smoke on the beach, anywhere on the beach, in any of the towns along the shore, or is it you can't you can't consume anywhere in Keyport? I think that needs to be worked on. So again,
Mr. Lane, I'll answer that question right now. For the state to allow for retailers will allow to have, call it smoking rooms, consumption areas, and that's defined in their statute, in the retail, but only if the municipality allows for it. So the consumption area would be, I guess, go buy it in the front of the house and then have the area in the back of the house. So that's what that is referring to and what that is about.
Then my input is that you need to delineate what the definition of area is, because it's a very straightforward statement. Cannabis consumption area shall not be
It's
permitted.
defined in the statute. That's the state statute defines it.
Oh, okay, well, all I can do is comment on the resolution or the sample ordinance. So I think the committee has put together a solid foundation to move forward. I recommend you pause until the regulations are in place, and then continue to work on this and continue to expose it to the public. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Anyone else on the phone lines? Going once, going twice. Going third. Can I have a motion to close to the public, please?
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next we have a 5G ordinance. Mr. Delaney or Ms. London, do you want to go over this one? And then we'll open it up round.
Sure, Mayor, I'd be happy to distribute it with the draft ordinance was, excuse me, information that the Borough Attorney's Office had provided previously back in March. And I guess to following in the footsteps of the prior discussion on the cannabis issue, there is pending legislation at the state that will likely preempt much of the municipality's ability to regulate the what we have informally been referring to as the 5G technology and equipment. The terminology that is generally used is the small cell wireless facilities. And the at the federal level, the FCC has adopted regulations that also restrict the municipality from regulating the installation of these small wireless facilities. Most importantly, at the federal level, the regulations have established what are referred to as shot clocks, a short period of time during which the municipality can review a pending application. And those shot clock limits are 60 days to install equipment on an existing pole and 90 days for the installation of new poles for the establishment of this equipment. In New Jersey, there is pending legislation at both the Assembly and the Senate that are still pending, and that is the legislation has moved very slowly since the March update when this information was first provided by the borough attorney. In any event, there has been a draft ordinance prepared, which would establish a procedure within the municipality for the submission of an application, the payment of a fee, and a review. The procedure that has been set up is that it would require the governing body to make the ultimate decision on the approval process. There's also a provision in the draft ordinance for a referral to the planning board. One of the concerns that I would note is that again, given the federal requirement for the 60-day review, that's a very tight timeline for an application to be referred to the planning board for their comment and then come back to the council. So just from a structural standpoint, one of, I think, the threshold questions that the governing body should provide some guidance on is whether we want to follow that pattern for the submission and review, or whether we set very specific guidelines that could be reviewed and a determination made by someone, presumably I would recommend the borough engineer, to be able to approve an application that is in complete conformity. Any variation would require, or presumably then would have to be reviewed by someone, most likely the governing body would make the most sense. I'm not sure that, and understand again that I should have said this from the beginning, that unlike the cannabis regulations where we're talking about establishing these rules under the guidance of a zoning regulation, here we're talking about modifying our existing regulations that essentially deal with this as we currently deal with a street opening permit. These are facilities that are being constructed or installed within right-of-ways, much like the street opening process for the installation and repair of equipment within the right-of-way for the borough. Admittedly, our existing regulatory scheme for utilities in the right-of-way is primarily driven by our concern to protect our roadway. These small wireless facilities would presumably be installed on existing utility poles that are just inside the curb line, but certainly establishing a regulatory scheme that outlines specifics as to the size of the equipment, its location, and particularly establishing a different set of regulations for residential zones as well as commercial zones. I will say that I will also, as indicated previously, that the borough engineer has made some technical suggestions to the ordinance, but I think before we get too deep in the technical aspects of it, it probably makes sense at this juncture to at least reach some consensus on what the process would look like. And I would ask Leslie to jump in with anything that I may have missed or anything that you may feel I have misstated. I know you're much better versed on the details of this. But again, I would summarize by saying that we could very well go through this process, and it would certainly make sense for us to have something in place, understanding that once this legislation makes its way through the legislature, we may very well be preempted in starting from scratch.
And Jay, you did a very good job. The only thing I would add is in crafting this ordinance, we looked at the various ordinances that have been adopted throughout New Jersey. and have not been challenged and have been in effect for a period of time. And it closely follows the federal legislation. So it, as Jay said, sets out the obligations and responsibilities of the wireless company, the application process. So it makes it very clear where these facilities can be sited and the process that the company would have to go through in order to have the facilities located in the borough.
I would also add that I guess underlying the scheme here is that we essentially are encouraging the installation of any of these facilities on existing utility poles, as opposed to the installation of new utility poles for these facilities. Likewise, there is a encouragement, or I guess maybe I'll use the word a soft veto, that if a location is proposed for a new facility, that the borough has the ability to recommend, suggest that it be relocated to maybe an existing facility that would be less obtrusive or less objectionable. And I believe that the distance that's established is the 500-foot from the applied for location. So some of this is frankly new ground. I think we, in reviewing the ordinance, I think we have a sense of how it may play out. I do have very limited experience with some previously installed 5G systems that are relatively unobtrusive. I would say no more visible than an existing utility pole, but it is something that's new. From a aesthetic standpoint, and I'll focus, try to steer clear of any of the technical aspects that I'm not well versed in. But from an aesthetic standpoint, one of the concerns is it's not only the installation of the transmittal and receiving equipment, but the electrical component and the other either ground mounted or pole mounted facilities that tend to be or can potentially be pretty large. Again, that's based on my experience going back 5 years. The technology, as it progresses, does get smaller, like most technology. But that's kind of the general outline of what has been proposed by this ordinance.
Any members of the governing body have commentary or questions? And I have a motion to open to the public for 3 minutes per person. Nat,
Motion.
Second.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Video by show of hands. Mr. Maroney?
Yep. Do I have to say my address again? Just once is fine. Right?
No, because it's not this isn't an actual hearing.
Oh, right. Okay. Mrs. McNamara, I think wanted to say something, right?
I missed your hand. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks, Patrick Maroney. So
This
will not come off your 3 minutes.
I guess, I hear things like that there can be different regulations for residential, and I don't know what it really means in terms of regulations. Is that things like location from homes, from schools, things like that? So that, I guess that's one thing, exactly what that means. And have you seen any success with restrictions on actual locations within a municipality to that regard? Because I don't see anything about location in what I've looked at. Granted, I don't always understand the exact wording of these things, but that would be helpful. And then the other thing is, I'm sure Mr. Lane will probably hop on at another point, but there was just mention of leaving the existing poles, and I know he had raised concern in the past about some of the poles near the waterfront areas with the wind, that he kind of felt that they, if anything was there, that it should be more secure.
Jay, do you want to respond to any of that?
Mayor, some of the technical aspects, but the borough attorney is on and did
Okay.
review the ordinance.
Sure. Ms. London?
I'm sorry, the borough engineer. is
Oh,
Also,
Oh, yeah. I'm sure, what is the question again? I'm sorry. I was looking at the ordinance.
So specifically, I was just curious as to there was mention made that there could be different regulations for residential. I was just wondering what that actually looks like. Is that specifying distance from properties or different facilities?
I'm sorry.
What is that?
Are you referring specifically to the ordinance, a specific section in the ordinance?
Yeah. In the description that Jay and you kind of just gave, I made some notes that mentioned different regulations for residential, and I was just trying to figure out what that meant, and I didn't see anything in the ordinance about any location restrictions in general.
It should be in there, but I think Jay made that comment. I'm not sure. I didn't make that comment about residential.
that's correct. I did make the comment, and I'm looking for the specific reference. Specifically, I guess the section that deals with ground level cabinets. It talks about that they are prohibited in the residential zones, where, and by inference, then I guess they would be permitted in the commercial zones. And that's specifically in the section, I guess it's 16-9.5, the right-of-way permit. Subparagraph C makes reference to the RA, RB, and RC zones, as well as any public grounds. So my understanding of that is that they would be permitted in the commercial zones.
Yeah, I think also section B, as in boy, of that same section has the information regarding the pole siting criteria. So I think it's 16-9.5B and 16 for the poles and 16-9.5C for the ground mounted structures.
That is correct.
And I think as Jay indicated, the poles, it appears, would be located within the RA, RB, and RC zone, where the ground mounted structures would only be proposed within the outside of those zones, so technically in the commercial zones.
So except for saying that in a residential area or near, let's say, a school or something, that it could only be, the only restriction is saying that it would have to be on a pole. It doesn't give any other guidance in terms of distances or anything, right?
There is a distance between, I believe it's, there's a restriction on the height of the pole. So it can be no taller than 35 feet. Or 110% of the height of the poles in the surrounding streetscape. There is a requirement for the distance from the curb line, which is 18 inches maximum. No proposed pole shall be erected in the municipal right-of-way and public grounds unless it, and then there's another series of criteria under that section. I think one of which it has to be located at 200 feet from any existing pole or proposed pole along the same side of the street. So it does have minimum separation distances, but I do not believe it prohibits them in front of a house or adjacent to a house within a certain distance from a house. It's only 200 feet from another pole, either existing or proposed.
But aren't you prohibiting it in the public right away? Which would be the median area, usually in front of someone's house between the curb and the street?
No, it would be proposed in the municipal right of way, assuming it meets those other criteria, which if you look under item 4, under B, is the criteria that I just discussed as far as the location of the poles.
And throughout the ordinance, there is what I would call a general prohibition on erecting any poles on public grounds. But that does not include, it makes a distinction between public grounds versus the right of way. So essentially, this would allow for the installation of the equipment within or on top of existing utility poles located right along the roadways.
Okay.
And again, understanding that the framework within which we are functioning or attempting to regulate these facilities is that the FCC at the federal level is essentially clearing as many roadblocks as a municipality could possibly put up to prohibit these.
Councilwoman McNamara, your question's answered.
Yeah, I mean, there's still just a lot of unknowns for me. Like I don't know, for it to be effective, I think I had heard that it has to be within a certain distance, one receptacle to the other. But if that's not the case, then I would obviously strongly advocate for putting in language that allows us to distance things. But I don't know enough about the background. I'm sure there are other people who will hop in with probably more information than me.
I think Chase, or was it Trevor's comment about the public grounds is important because that definition includes buildings, lands, areas involving the Board of Education, etc. And in 16-9.4 regarding right-of-way agreement, that no person shall operate or place any type of small wireless facility, cabinet, or pole within the municipal right-of-way and public grounds without first obtaining a right-of-way permit. So you'd have to go through the whole application and permit process before you could even think of locating something within public ground.
Okay, thank you. Patrick Morney, I'll start your clock now instead of earlier.
I appreciate council putting this together. Unfortunately, there's been no mention of adverse health effects and the fact that this is a completely untested technology. We have no idea, what the radio frequencies being emitted from these is going to do to people's health. There's hundreds upon hundreds of scientists, medical experts that are saying we need to slow down. We, put a pause on this until we have long-term understanding of how this kind of technology is going to affect people's health. And, I think what Councilwoman McNamara was kind of getting at was that, these small wireless facilities could end up, right outside somebody's house, right out some kid's bedroom, right outside of school, right outside of daycare. So, honestly, I'm disappointed that there's not even an acknowledgement. And I'm the one that brought this up months ago, and I think I'm the reason that you guys, went to bothered to do this ordinance in the first place. But there's nothing in here about health effects, and I understand this isn't maybe a scientific consensus, so it's definitely giving people cancer, it's definitely people, but there's a big question out there, about this. And I would just like ask, is any member of council or, Jay or Ms. London, I mean, are any of you 100% sure that there's not going to be health risks associated with these? Does anyone want to raise their hand? And
I'll answer the question. Again, I profess no technical or medical understanding or expertise. But I will tell you that both the federal law and state law, when it comes to siting of telecommunications facilities, specifically preempts any sort of prohibition that has any basis in a potential for safety or unsafe or health questions. That's at least my understanding of the law. I'll defer to others that may be more well-versed.
Okay, well, we can try, right? I mean, the only thing in this that I see that has to do with radio frequency exposures is in 16-9.5, where they say that the wireless facilities must be in compliance with the FCC radio frequency emissions exposure guidelines. These guidelines are very controversial. They haven't been updated since 1996, despite being advised by the General Accounting Office and American Academy of Pediatrics and hundreds of scientists to update these. The point is that they're not nearly conservative enough. They allow for far too high exposure levels. And they're 30 years old. So just saying we're going to lean on, we're just going to trust the telecom companies to not put our residents in potential harm, or even trust the federal government to say that their regulations are going to protect our residents of our town. Like, I'm sorry, I don't buy it. It's a cop-out. And, I mean, sure, the state might come in and steamroll this whole thing, but we can at least try, right?
So
So
we
what I'm
can't
asking
put tougher
for is,
guidelines in because the state and federal are going to say no? We have to allow it, Jay? Is that what you're saying?
That is my understanding, that there are specific preemptions at the federal level, and the state is currently has pending legislation that would go even further to provide much greater flexibility, even, I should say, further limiting what little ability the municipality has to regulate the installation of these facilities.
okay, well, that's pending. It's not law. There's a lot of bills.
Well, the existing federal, from if I may say, from your standpoint, I believe that the federal regulations already preempt the municipality from prohibiting the installation of these facilities, and they provide very limited guidance or ability to regulate. Yes, we can put up a couple of roadblocks in terms of requiring them to come in and tell us first, and by virtue of that, we require that they would let adjacent or area residents know about it at first, but there is a presumption under the law that the installation of these facilities should be allowed, almost unrestricted.
Okay, well, I'm not sure why you went through the trouble then. If
I think they took the
I
time
guess
to
I'm
go
sorry
out
for
and
bringing
find
it up.
out and look into it.
I mean, I did send information to everybody here, I think including Jay. I mean, I'm not a medical expert either, but, you can take an hour to do some research.
Okay, I don't know that commentary was nice, but, basically you asked the governing body to grant permission to Jay and Leslie to look into it. And I think they did spend extensive amount of time, as well did Trevor. But what they discovered is what is allowable for us to move forward on. But unfortunately, there are some blocks that we don't have as much say in it as that we would have liked to. I don't know that anyone's saying that we would have wanted to put stricter on this or not, but we don't have that option, is what I'm understanding from the research that, which was more than an hour for the record, of Jay Delaney's time, Miss London's time, and Mr. Trevor's time.
Well, I'm talking about the health.
I understand.
Okay, well, they didn't even address it.
Then
that was the whole reason for this, and they didn't even bring it up. They just said it's all about
you can't put
aesthetics,
something
it's
in
all
a
about
resolution or an ordinance about something that's not relevant right now in regards to, we can have our feelings on that and why we want to put vote on a certain way, but if we're not able to have those regulations in there at a local level because the federal government's blocking us from doing that, putting that in there is a moot point. Not that we agree or disagree with it, but having it in the ordinance isn't going to do anything. Am I wrong, Miss London or Jay or Trevor?
No, you're correct. The scope of what can go into the ordinance is governed by the federal law, which Mr. Delaney was getting at. We are limited by federal law to the extent of what can be in the ordinance.
Thank you. Any other members of the public on video wish to comment? Anyone else on the phone lines?
Michael Lane.
Hey, Mike.
I'm sorry, Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Okay. Couple questions regarding the 5G network. Do the service providers, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, etc., share the same 5G hardware, or will there be duplicate for all these different providers?
My understanding, and it's just that, my understanding is that there is a certain level of cooperation among the service providers for co-locating their equipment on whenever possible. And we've already seen that in the installation of, what the older technology in terms of cell mobile phones being co-located on existing water tanks and things of that nature. Typically, there is also sharing of the whatever is the landline system, although I believe that's becoming less and less prominent. So I think in some instances there is cooperation and sharing of some part of the infrastructure, but that's not required. But certainly the regulatory scheme that's outlined in this ordinance does encourage co-location so that you don't have, 5 separate systems of poles going up in a certain geographic area. But again, it's not required.
Now, when you use the term co-location, does that mean on a pole I can put 2 different antenna systems?
That's what I was referring to. And that's
right.
My understanding of co-location, and that's based on, for instance, our water towers in town that have more than one service carrier set of antenna.
I think that co-location concept really intensifies the problem. Have members of the council looked at the pictures of these antennas with 3 cubic feet of facility? They're discs that are probably 18 inches in diameter by 3 feet long on a pole. And are you going to allow 3 of these on a pole? I can't. The amount of windage and risk to the pole is just unbelievable. So right now we have franchises for gas and electric. Seems to me that this is really a significant issue, that you can have multiple antennas and multiple cabinets associated with the pole. And that really needs to be clarified in your ordinance. I think more than one antenna on any pole is a real significant issue. I will send the members of the council an email tomorrow with pictures, if you haven't seen these pictures of this equipment. The term small network node or wireless is a really interesting term. There's marketing in it. The old antennas up on the water tower are huge, okay? And so this is small relative to the old, but it's not small relative to what's going to be mounted on a pole. If you notice around town, a lot of our poles have transformers on them. Can you imagine 2 or 3 transformers on the top of a pole? And are we going to allow these antennas on poles with transformers already, which creates a huge windage issue? Now, second mechanical issue. How is the structural soundness of a pole going to be verified? Is it going to be and maintained? Are we going to have audits of the age of the poles and inspection of the poles? I know of poles in town that are in such bad shape, they have metal girdles around them. And so what's going to be the guideline for which poles need to be replaced before this facility is installed? What's the risk to our power network? And how is the borough engineer going to, what criteria is he going to use to evaluate the pole? We're suggesting Trevor will comment on the application, but the critical issue in the application is whether the facility is going to be standing when we get a windstorm. Another is the earlier discussion, the distance of the 5G transmitter from a resident's bedroom. Along First Street, where Hopkins Pharmacy is, used to be the Hopkins Pharmacy, there's a telephone pole, power pole with a transformer on it that's not 10 feet from the bedrooms. And I know that when we dealt with the small network node in downtown in the business district, there was issues with the radiation level that would go into the bedrooms. And there was concern about that. And I thought there was actually some material data presented. Then the distance between small network nodes, and I use the term small in quotes, is a function of because the frequency is so high, the transmission distance is shorter. So you have a lot more of these nodes in town. And so they were going to be in residential areas, and the equipment cabinets will have to be in residential areas. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done here to understand how the facility is going to be shared, how many antennas are going to be on a pole, how the pole life and capabilities are going to be evaluated. And unlike the flood damage prevention ordinance, where we have criteria that the professional engineer has to make judgments against in terms of the breakaway walls, I don't know of any criteria. And Trevor, do you know of any criteria to determine the soundness of a pole before it's used?
We've done criteria on timber piles before. You can do drill tests, you can do sound tests. There is criteria. So that's something we can definitely take a look at if we want to include certain criteria for the evaluation of poles. I do note that we do have a requirement in our recommendation that a professional engineer needs to sign off on the plan. So, that's something that we can obviously will review when we get the applications in to take a look at.
All right. So the professional engineer is going to sign off on each pole application?
Correct. That's the intent of our recommendations to the ordinance.
And so he will certify that this pole with 3 antennas on it is going to be standing in a severe storm of a category 2 in Keyport. And we won't lose our whole power grid. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the phone line? Going once, going twice. Can we have a motion to close to the public?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
If I could just provide some commentary that maybe we could put stronger teeth into the application. Being that we seem to have a record number of polls hit on an average basis in Keyport. And then we have challenges with having some of the other utility companies come to switch their lines so that JCP&L can remove the pole. Can we put something in there that says that if a pole is damaged, they will it be issued a fine for anything over 20 days that the pole is not, that their equipment's not removed from the pole, so that remedies can be made? And that fine be a daily fine? They'll think a lot harder about putting anything in any poles and keep up with the amount of poles that get hit here. Leslie, would that be permissible?
I'm making a note of that. I'll look into it.
Okay. Members of the governing body, your thoughts on that?
I think it's a very interesting concept, and it would be interesting to see if we're allowed to do it.
Okay. All right, so I guess we'll, Jay and Leslie and Trevor, you'll look into those type of things, and then maybe the next meeting we'll decide whether this is going to be on for an introduction and then a public hearing after that, whether we move forward or not with this. Is that the pleasure of the governing body? Is there, let me say it differently. Is anyone opposed to moving that way? Okay.
I just have one, can I just ask one question, just to remind me? So if they're poles owned by JCP&L, this, we don't manage, we can't even say no to those. This is strictly our poles, correct?
Actually, to clarify, that's a very good point, that currently for utility poles, whether they are utilized by one of, I guess maybe the only landline telephone company, the cable TV company, or the electric company, or typically all the above, we have no process in place, nor does state law allow us to review, inspect, ask questions. They come in and they can just place a pole in the right of way. This scheme is something a little bit, while it may not prohibit or regulate or restrict to everyone's satisfaction, this at least provides some prior notification and the ability to ask all of those questions and perhaps tweak where the pole might end up being placed. So, but this ordinance would not affect those poles that are used for electric, cable, or telephone.
So then my question's a moot point.
Well, no, because at least we would have a little bit more teeth when it comes to these kind of poles, which presumably would not be protected by any magnetic field that would keep them from getting, knocked over by a car.
Okay. Okay. Next on the agenda, under unfinished business, is COVID-19 Borough Committee reopening update. Councilman Good, or I know Councilman Fotopoulos isn't here, so do you have anything?
Start the comments on that, and then see if Council President Good or Mr. Giuliani would like to fill in where, and if I miss anything. So I believe we discussed at the previous meeting that we're looking at a date of July 1st to reopen, at least reopen the Borough Hall. Senior Center, we'll tackle that first. The Senior Center, I know Mr. Giuliani is waiting for additional conversations with the director over there as far as her programming and some logistics, as well as the senior bus will be discussed at that point in time and possibly opened at a later date from when we're anticipating maybe opening the borough. So we're considering a couple things, and I guess this is where we can discuss it tonight as a governing body, all of us together. If we, basically the CDC we're going to follow all the guidelines. And then there's a possibility of setting up the council chambers to mimic what's in for the Board of Education, and for the way they live stream it. So Mr. Delaney says that he has the ability we have pricing and the ability to install a camera that can do live streaming and can see the entire chambers. We would be sitting there as a whole group. We wouldn't have individual squares like we see right now. And then we would have to pay somebody to be there for the meetings, which I would assume would be the council meetings as well as planning board. For public, anything that would have to be open to the public at that point in time, I would assume KBBC as well. And then this way it'd be live streamed, and the public who cannot or do not want to attend the meeting still have the ability. So we can leave it at that, or we can say once the council chambers hits capacity, then we can do the live stream. So there's an option for that as well. Another option was to talk to, I guess, the school to see if we can use the same area they do the Board of Education meetings in, and then we don't have to adjust council chambers, and we still have the ability to live stream based on the technology they have in place. The other option is that we just open our doors. There are no guidelines, there's no, guidelines as far as 6 feet apart, masking. So we could feasibly, if we all agree, sit up at the dais together. We could add some desks lower, so we have a little bit more space between us if there's any council members that aren't comfortable with that, and provide the seats that we need in the chambers accordingly. There's no cleaning request, there's no specifications for cleaning at this point in time for the CDC. And so we don't have to, by law, provide anything. We could ask the public to obviously continue to sanitize, continue to wear masks if they're comfortable, and be responsible. If we want to provide like Lysol wipes for them to wipe down their space, we could do that if that was something the council was interested in. Those, as far as reopening to the public for our offices and our employees, again, it was brought up at the last meeting to recommend we open up to the public and based on the CDC guidelines, and we recommend that we use the windows provided in Borough Hall, which will prevent gathering in offices and closed in small spaces, and everybody could come in, do what they need to do, and leave the premises in a timely manner without having too many people in one place. Those are the options and the thoughts that we have. I know Mr. Delaney might be able to add more if I've missed anything. Ms. London, maybe if there's anything that we've missed for the CDC guidelines that maybe Jay doesn't touch on.
Yeah. And again, just to follow up on you've said, let's take them one area and one step at a time. In terms of opening the Borough Hall facility for public use, I would first of all remind the governing body that throughout the COVID pandemic and the various both CDC guidelines as well as the executive orders that were implemented, the borough has been able to provide all services to the public in a slightly modified format, even though our offices have been closed to the public. In terms of establishing a July 1st date for reopening, again, under the current guidelines and the lifting of the most recent executive orders, there is no mask requirement. We would maintain following CDC guidelines, recommendation and posting that those that are not vaccinated, it is recommended that they wear masks. There are no social distancing requirements that are currently in place, nor are there occupancy concerns that we would have if we were to reopen the offices to the public. All of our offices are equipped with protective separation equipment so that there is at least some means of separation, either through pre-COVID existing windows for the transaction of business that have been supplemented with some tables to provide a minimum distance so that people are not right on top of each other in terms of the public and our staff. We are able to provide sanitizing materials for each office so that those members of the public or staff that wish to avail themselves of masks or other protective equipment or sanitizing hand sanitizers would be available at a number of stations. We also would restrict portions of the building so that not the what I would call the private areas, restrooms, lounge, some of the other semi-public areas of the building would be posted as no public access, employees only. Additionally, we would make arrangements for the daily sanitizing of the public areas. That is something that would actually be beefed up from what we have currently been doing. For those that may be aware, we have utilized the services of an additional custodial staff to provide supplemental cleanings. So we would actually initiate any opening and provide those services as well. The issue in terms of the governing body meetings, that's a separate issue in terms of how they would be conducted and the manner in which public viewing or participation, and I stress those two words separately, would be really ultimately at the governing body's discretion. The current guidelines in terms of conducting public sessions are that if we are open to the public at full occupancy, we basically go back to the default position of regular public meetings open to the public. Again, there's a question of what level of comfort the entire governing body is in terms of having those meetings conducted in an in-person format or using the other extreme, the Zoom format that we're using today, which provides for public participation off-site as well. As was mentioned, the Senior Center has unique questions that need to be addressed given the level of programming and the type of programming that is available at the Senior Center. We anticipate that reopening there would follow a reopening of the public portion of this building and would be phased based on the various programs that are available. And the second component of the Senior Center is reactivating the bus transportation. And again, I've asked the Senior Center Director to provide a program by program outline of what would be necessary and a timeline for returning the Senior Center to full pre-COVID activity. I would also take note that there were some very specific directives that were provided by the governing body in the early days of the pandemic that would, most of them were tied to the public health emergency. So we would revisit those and undo that process as well.
Does that include our 17220 for outdoor dining?
Well, the outdoor dining is a separate component. Again, that does not directly, well, I guess my comment would be that would be treated separately. But again, there is quite a bit of discussion throughout the state on terminating the outdoor dining. Most communities are opting for some manner for the outdoor dining to continue. And again, we would review that separately as there are a number of, the fire safety, the regular review that those outdoor dining, the implementation of the outdoor dining was first established. In terms of zoning, allowing the use of the public right-of-ways, those kind of things. The specific directive was really on the reopening of the borough facility, but yes, there are a number of related items that follow this.
Right, when we first talked about all of this, well, actually last May, it's when the certain council members said that all these policies had to be set by them. So, but nothing ever came forward. So it was reopening plans. So but it's the same people that wrote the R-172-20 relaxing local zoning ordinances for dining. And that ended at the end of the public health emergency, which was 2 weeks ago. And then there was eateries in town that were held to different standards than other ones. For instance, Broad Street Diner had to go through the county approval process, but Keyport Pizza did it. So I've definitely gotten pushback and had my ear chewed out over that for the last year. But now that the public health emergency is over, we definitely have to have some kind of consistency thing that matters moving forward. But in regards to indoors, is that a realistic goal for, because Michelle would need to know, because she would have to re-publicly notice the July 6th meeting, because that's noticed for a Zoom, not in person.
As I said, the configuration of and the manner in which the meetings are held is separate from us reopening the business for day-to-day business. Again, when we open for day-to-day business, the number of people in the building at any one time is usually less than we would certainly see on some of our Zoom meetings that we conducted over the last, my last 11 months here.
And what has the court said?
Court is a whole different setup. In terms of the court sessions, they are still operating as of yesterday under directive from the administrative office of the courts. They are continue to provide specific, on a case-by-case basis, authorization for in-person court sessions. They do see that, at least based on my discussions with our local court administrator, the courts are anticipating that there will be some virtual mode for the foreseeable future. And as I think most of you are aware that, I guess for the past, at least since the first of the year, there have been selected but very few in-person court sessions, limited both in terms of a single court case, a very strict limitation on the number of participants that could be present, and a number of other parameters and procedures that the courts have required.
Okay. And then what about the conference rooms for meetings? Is everything just going to be held in chambers, like, because obviously besides council meeting and planning board, there's environmental, there's green team, there's plenty of other municipal meetings that take place. So are we looking to just have everything vetted and only held in this room for space purposes?
It would certainly be my recommendation that any group meetings be held in this facility, this room particularly, just to reduce the number of rooms that would have to be sanitized on a regular basis. I think that makes the most sense. I think that is also a policy decision that the governing body needs to consider as to whether moving forward, all of our public meetings for various committees and commissions and boards, whether they choose their own manner in which they wish to meet, or whether moving forward you wish to maintain, or there's a policy as to whether to continue to allow, either by means of Zoom, video, one-way video, how those meetings are conducted for public participation.
So we would need something from the governing body to approve the phases. What do you need? I mean, that's what they requested, that they have to approve every single step, so.
Yeah, I certainly think that I would not move forward if the consensus of the governing body was that we're not ready to reopen in terms of day-to-day business. Again, I think the manner in which the governing body meets, the manner in which boards, committees, and commissions meet is, again, a policy decision as to whether moving forward there is public participation via remote access in some fashion.
Okay, so can we take this one by one since it's almost 11 o'clock? Can we get I'll go round table on opening Borough Hall for business during normal business operating hours. We'll do meetings after. So this is just regarding opening Borough Hall for regular business matters. Councilman Good?
I think Jay's advice that we should reopen. We should reopen in accordance with what Jay just suggested. You know, have the limited like the bathrooms, have the sanitizers available for everybody. The plexiglass still up, but you know, the health emergency is over, so I can't see still keeping the municipal building closed.
As of July 1st?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Councilmember Checo?
I agree with Council President Good.
Councilwoman McDermott?
I would like to ensure that we have public safety and people, the public is not allowed to individual offices, including administrative office, because there is a public safety concern I have for the employees. Whether it's a senior center or whatever, I mean, progressively, we have to ensure that our employees are protected.
Councilwoman Davidson?
I think we should reopen the borough offices as of July 1st. And as Councilwoman McDermott said, I like the idea of keeping the administrative offices a little bit more closed off upstairs to protect our employees and utilize the windows that are provided for each one.
Councilwoman McNamara?
I ditto that comment.
Okay, so you
Can I just add something, that the public wear masks in the building?
I don't think that was Jay's recommendation. So we would have to go back around.
Of course, because it's not right, it's not mandated anymore by the CDC, only if you're unvaccinated. But Jay, could you confirm that?
Yes, it is my understanding that the mask is it is recommended that masks be worn by the unvaccinated. And it is a recommendation. I don't propose any kind of temperature checks or, any real policing of that other than a strong recommendation based on signage that will be placed at the entrance.
Okay, regarding public meetings. Councilman Good?
I'm going to say that I think that it's public meetings we should be back to the council chambers, have the hand sanitizer available. But, again, at this point, with the state of emergency being lifted, I can't see any reason why we shouldn't be having our meetings. In terms of the other groups or the committees that are meeting, limiting it to the council chambers, and anything that's not a publicly noticed meeting, I think give the people option of conducting it via Zoom. But if we're going to have public meetings, they'd be limited to the council chambers, and that's where we should go with.
So effective July 6th.
Effective July. I can't see anybody going before July 1st, but we have the 1st and the 6th. So yeah.
Councilman Checo?
Yeah, I agree. The emergency's lifted. I agree with what's been said prior.
Councilwoman McDermott?
One of the advantages of us having Zoom is the ability to have listened to everyone clearly, and you know exactly who spoke, how long everyone spoke, and you can visually see things and documents well. One of the disadvantages of us when we were in person was there was these recordings and these videos that you barely understood who was speaking. So regarding technology, I do not think we're ready to be able to adequately present to those who cannot be in person. and fit the OPA requirements, because one of the things, feedback was always, they can't hear us, all those things. On the other side too, I do think that having Zoom meetings also enables a lot of the public to engage a lot more further than it was in person. And I think one of the key things is we have to understand now publicly is going to have to be a balance between the two. And my recommendation is we don't open accounts until we are sure we're technically sound to be able to do both Zoom and in person. For even council members who may not be able to be physically here, but still able to attend the meeting if they're traveling or something for work.
Councilman Davidson?
I'm kind of torn. I would like us to all be back in person. I think I'm happy to hear everybody else's opinions about where we should be. It's something that I've been kind of missing up until tonight, just to wait for this opportunity. So while I think it would be a good opportunity to have technology, at what point does that end? So if we start it and we continue it, are we going to have an end date where we're not going to have live streaming or Zoom or that option at a certain point in time? Or is that going to be an ongoing thing forever? And this is changing the way we look at and how we conduct the publicly noticed meetings. So I think that is something to consider. And we talked about the option of having that ability the way the VOE does it. So I guess we can discuss that. I think if we do open, then so Michelle doesn't have to renotice everything, we can consider reopening for the second meeting in July. And that gives us a little bit more time to prepare the technology side. But I'm going to go with the majority of the governing body on this one. I'm personally good either way, but those are my thoughts about allowing the public for video, technology, and in person. And if members of the council are not, then maybe we can consider having additional seats up forward with dividers for anybody that does have concerns. Thank you.
Councilman McNamara?
I guess there were a lot of different variations of options kind of put out there. I am definitely a fan of being back, or I can't say being back because I've never been. My whole time has been this way. I do like some sort of live streaming. I do question, the integrity of the system. Well, will it be clear enough? I have not seen the Board of Ed live streaming to see what their issues are. I do like the idea of waiting till the second meeting of July, just so that we can do some test runs and get out any kinks. And I don't know what all this means in terms of opening the doors to the public. Are there, in the past, when I would go to a meeting, I never found it to be really, really crowded. So I don't know if that's going to still be the same. I do like the idea if we can do a, live and streaming. I don't know the legalities of any of that, but I am more than willing to be in chambers and try, live streaming if that's what people want to do.
So I think we're mixed on the return date for the meetings in person. And Jay, what are the options for live streaming technology? How long will that take?
Again, something simple, which is one-way transmission out of our meeting, for instance, live streaming, is fairly simple. And that's what I would suggest we start with. But if the governing body's desire is to be able to duplicate a two-way participation by the public, that's a little bit more involved. And, I think that even the second July meeting, we can try it, see where we are. Again, I will tell you that earlier in the year, when we were looking to bring the facility so that it could be used, even a partial basis. We were looking at the school, the Board of Ed model, based on the familiarity with the technology and having on hand the assistance to implement that. And that is relatively simple. As I said, it's a single camera, even if it's done on an ad hoc basis. Instead of, we're looking at the permanent installation in the room. That can be done fairly easily. But I would say that we will walk before we run. And if everyone is agreeable with the one-way transmission out, which does not allow for the public remote participation, that we can do within 30 days.
And you know that these cameras are available and not on back order, all that kind of stuff?
Well, that was the issue we had encountered back in December when we were first looking at it. Everything was back ordered, and at that time we were looking at utilizing the school for the reorganization. I have met with an additional vendor as recently as last Thursday. So far, I do not have a firm commitment on availability of equipment. So that is an issue just based on what we're finding with a multitude of other supplies, equipment.
This one's a little not so clear as the first one as far as opening services. So I think it's definitely not going to be ready by July 1st or July 6th because of the holiday weekend. So I say we revisit this and you have an update and whether we can go live stream for the second meeting.
I will tell you that we will move to have something in place as soon as we can. But I think realistically, the second meeting in July, I think is a pretty realistic goal.
Any council members opposed to that? Moving it to the second meeting?
I just have a question with live streaming, because I know when you live stream, people can comment. Are we going to allow commenting as well?
No, that's what he's saying.
Okay.
It's one way out only.
Okay.
Councilman Good?
I don't have any issue with the starting on July 15th, but I think that it would be imperative that we get back to this. So let's not just attempt to hit that July 15th. Let's actually do it. Whatever we need to do. If we need to go buy a little computer thing and put it on a tripod and aim it towards us, then that's what we do.
July 15th is fine. Thank you.
Councilman Davidson?
July 15th.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Councilman Davidson?
I'm fine with July 15th as well.
Councilwoman McDermott?
I think I already answered. I said yes.
McNamara?
I guess everybody means is it a July 20th meeting? Just,
It would be the 20th meeting, but I think we were talking about the middle of July is kind of where
All right.
Meetin just came up with July 15th to have this equipment in by.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Were there any other, the skipper bus and the senior center? You're going to wait for guidelines from Madeline on that?
I would prefer to have the senior director's plan in place before committing to what that timeline would be.
Can you please have that for the next meeting from her?
Yes.
Are there any other parts of the reopening plan we didn't go around about? Councilman Good or Davidson? We
I
can
do
hear.
apologize. Council President Good, do you have anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Any other unfinished business that wasn't brought up? Attorney's report, sorry.
No report this evening.
Thank you. Can I have a motion over to the public with a cap, a very hard cap of maximum of 5 minutes per person?
Motion.
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Members of the camera first. Mr. Graham?
Yes, Elmer J. Graham Jr., 22 St. Peter's Place. First of all, I'm slightly off topic here. On the Met game against the Chicago Cubs tonight, put it in the books. They just beat the Cubs 3-2. Anyway, another thing about in my daily walks through the borough of Keyport, I see a few things in this borough that could use some improvement. For one, the public sidewalks that I walk on every day. Now, some of these sidewalks haven't been improved in years. I mean, some of them have cracks in them. Some of them have little things that if, God forbid, you trip, you could easily trip over them and stuff like that. Now, with all these grants that we have coming from Monmouth County and everything like that, why can't we get grants to improve these sidewalks so, no one doesn't trip on them or anything like that? Because God forbid someone trips on them, the borough of Keyport could be sued over this, and that could affect our taxpayers. And another thing, possibly Governor Murphy could come to Keyport and do a town hall with the residents of Keyport and, talk about the issues and everything like that, And maybe we could have a Veterans Committee in the future, see a Veterans Committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on camera? Mr. Maroney?
Hey, all right, I'll keep this real short. In regards to the 5G ordinance, is there a way to add language about just notifying residents if there's going to be something installed within, a certain proximity of their home? Is that something you would consider adding?
I'd be open to it if we're allowed to.
I think there may be a notice provision in there. I'll take a look, but I don't think that should be an issue, but I think it's in there.
So would that be something like where people would have to like check the website, or would the property owners like actually be notified by mail or something?
I will check, but I kind of remember writing something to that effect in there.
If I may, it is in there. It's not very specific, but it does talk about in 16-9.4, the right-of-way agreement, that there would be public notice requirements. So we may, I guess it's being suggested that we review that for some specific distance requirement along those lines.
Can we do a 200-foot notice like we did for planning board?
I think that's a question that we'll have to look at.
Good look at that.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else by video? Anyone else by phone lines?
John Merla, 34 Broad Street, Keyport.
Hey, Mr. Marlowe?
Yes, two issues. One is the Division Street flooding, and the second is property maintenance. First, the Division Street project. I have heard tonight, probably about 30 seconds of the whole meeting, that there's talks of the flooding issue on Division Street. I think it's more actions needed than talking. This just didn't happen this June. This goes back to last September, and it's had 5 incidents since. with overflooding. The issue really should be on a front burner, and everyone that was involved in this from day one, and I don't mean the council and I don't mean the mayor, I mean the planner, the engineer, and the contractor should be held accountable, and they should be giving this council answers. Why and what is happening? I can tell you before this project started, there was 4 drains on Division Street between East Front and 3rd. There's now 6 and a new basin in the borough parking lot. I can tell you I'm very concerned this past flooding where the tide had, our water flow was higher than the cap of the fire hydrant, which is new. That concerns me. The third issue is East Front Street always drained water flow to East Front Street Basin. East Front Street is now draining to Division Street because the pitch on East Front Street is higher than Division Street. The pumping station at 100 First Street, inoperable. These people should be accountable and find out what's really happening. Stop talking. Let them get answers for this town. This is an issue, 9 months old. The street cost a lot of money to be rehabbed, and I don't believe it should be flooding the way it is. It's brand new. Yes, there was flooding issues. And yes, I'm not blaming this council, but it's an issue that we should be dealing with. It's an important issue. We spent money. My second issue is property maintenance. Earlier, our councilwoman gave a report. Davidson said 19 violations for the month of June or the month of May. I can give you 19 violations on any block in Keyport if you want. I filed complaints going back to last year because I needed to follow the guidelines of the borough and fill out paperwork and bring it to the proper people's attention in the borough. Is there a property maintenance officer still working in this town today? You got to ask yourself that in all honesty. I mean, what is going on? You have a coat factory on 2nd Street next to Lincoln Hose, LaChine Coat Factory, that has a tree growing through the roof. The adjacent property, a 6-foot fence was put up to hide what's behind it. There's a garden behind that fence. So someone's using that property. There's firewood 15 foot high against the building. I'm telling you, it's not giving our municipality a good look, letting people get away with murder. I'm not blaming this council or mayor. What I'm saying is get accountability for people that are getting paid to do their job. Thank you.
Second that motion. Any other members of the public on the phone line?
Michael Lane.
Hi, Mr. Lane.
Couple of quick things. Councilman Good mentioned speed bumps. My impression is this Complete Streets Design Guide consultants wrote off speed bumps because of the noise they generate and because of the vibrations they generate relative to the foundations of the homes around the speed bumps. If you take
humps.
Pardon?
Humps, not bumps. Humps.
Bumps.
Humps. They're not the speed bump, the speed humps.
All right, but the Complete Streets Design Guide, the whole purpose of it is to get traffic calming and speed under control, and so that none of that's been written into the design guide. So I suggest you may want to get involved with that. Second issue, zoning ordinance 25:1, land use requirements, needs a process for resolving inconsistent application of section 25:19 adopted by the council on 12/12/18, and the section 25:18, which is carried from a 1997 ordinance, which was never reviewed in preparation of the 2018 ordinance. The T&M work was abruptly terminated. And so we had a half of a land use requirement ordinance that was done in 12/12/18, and the other half of the land use requirement that dates back to 1997. The side effect of this is that different planners and engineers before the Keyport Unified Planning Board have interpreted the ordinance in two different ways. In some cases, they say 25:1-9 applies no matter what, and so we have a parking regulation for the GC district. Other cases, they've referenced 25:1-18, which has a really unintelligible condition in it that says that under some cases, it doesn't apply to the GCD district. And so this needs to be resolved, and a plan needs to be put together. I also note that when we were working on the zoning ordinance that was actually adopted, the part that was adopted, it was very much built on the 2012 master plan reexamination, and all the issues with mixed use and parking, etc., were all built off of the master plan reexamination. It also, what we adopted in 12/12/18 aligns with the 1972 zoning handbook, which said that the parking regulations applied to all districts and specifically to the general commercial district. So, you know, I have a question for the attorney. What controls the 12/12/18 definition of parking requirements, or the 1997, which was never reviewed and updated? And so there's a huge gap that needs to be worked. And so what should the planning board be doing relative to general commercial district parking? And especially in light of allowing mixed use and much more intense business uses. I look forward to some input. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the phone lines?
Oh, I had one other thing. I'm sorry. I never heard any response for the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit on Broad Street, which was supposed to be given from the county after 30 days. It's been 30 days since that information was shared.
Yes, and I wish I could tell you that I had updated information, but I do not. I'll check with the county and be able to provide more specific information on the status of the speed limit signs on Broad Street.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else in the public? Going once, going twice. A motion to close to the public.
Motion.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Night.